Between two recordings ago and the immediately previous recording, so two recordings ago and one recording ago, I figured out what the Gestalt patch was. Um, and I figured out what the Gestalt patch is because I was researching something about Ever 17 actually at the time, and I stumbled across it. I stumbled across it on Reddit specifically. Um, and before I start playing a game, I try to be I try to avoid spoilers, right? So I don't look up stuff about the game to the fullest extent I could because spoilers can come at you unexpectedly, even in like the blurbs describing Google search results. Like you really don't want to look up. You want to look up as little as possible going into it. And spoilers are going to significantly reduce the quality of your Let's Play. So I didn't know about it going into this, just for that reason, even though this seems like it's relatively basic information. But just for bookkeeping, at this point, this is when, while looking up something not unrelated, it's in the same series, but looking up something else, I came across the Gestalt patch. And I understand it's like the Himmel patch, but for Remember11. A little bit differently because it's actually a patch of a fan translation. It's not a patch of a commercial translation. It's like a fan patch of a fan translation. So we're like stacking patches. Um, I did manage to. I didn't read everything about it though, so I didn't read the whole Reddit post. And I did that to avoid spoilers, and I succeeded. So although at this point, that's when I started to know about what the Gestalt patch was. I didn't pick up any spoilers in the process of me finding out what the Gestalt patch is. So, with the exception that the name of the patch is the Gestalt edition, and the term Gestalt has not appeared yet in the game. However, but all that tells me is that the word Gestalt is going to come up, and it's going to be really significant. That's all I know. That's not really that big of a spoiler. It's going to be kind of similar to how the word Himmel in Ever 17. Okay, so we got that out of the way. So basically, a big plot dump happened in the previous recording, and we learned what we knew all along, and that was that the body and mind of the Uni in 2011 was both chronologically later than the body and mind of the Uni in Sphia in supposedly 2012. We also have confirmation that the game is unlikely to twist, and that it's unlikely to say that what do you call it? The 2011 incident, the incident of the plane crash, happened at any other time besides indeed January 11th, 2011. So I don't know what was that August stuff I was saying at the beginning because it seems to not really mean anything. It is indeed happening in January 2011, it appears. And the stuff in Sphere is indeed happening in January of 2012. So they're not going to twist that. That is like the real dates. And the newspaper article was there simply because a newspaper article was indeed time traveled. That's why that was kind of tripping me up. Because I was like, they don't time travel objects in Infinity. Well, they did it in a way that I didn't expect them to time travel objects. There wasn't like a machine, actually. They did it in a way I didn't expect, but there was a machine, actually. But they did it. They are indeed time-traveling objects. In fact, they're time-traveling massive semi-spheres of Earth. So they are time-traveling objects in the Infinity series. I just had this precedent. I assume they weren't because I was under this, like, trying to keep this precedent that they don't do that, and using this precedent to assume what the answers to the plot mysteries were. So this newspaper article really was time-traveled, and so that piece of evidence that what happened in 2011 in January, what's happening in the shelter cabin is actually happening later than January 2011 is no longer evidence for that. We've managed to figure out a way to get around that and explain away the news article. We also figured out a way to explain away Uni. He time traveled. So those things are now explained, right? And he time traveled by means of a time machine, quite literally. So, yeah. The whole precedent that objects are not time traveled is broken. Objects are time traveling. There is a time machine. So the basic theory you could have come up with that that Uni and the newspaper article were time traveled is correct. That's like the red herring is to overthink it. The basic assumption that there's just a time machine is correct. And how Uni time traveled was by means of using a time machine that time travels the Earth, right? So he walked outside of Sphia. Then the time machine time traveled and spatially switched Sphia with the shelter cabin. He then walked into the shelter cabin. And then when it switched them back, he rode the switch, effectively time traveling by means of a time machine. I mean, it's a slight variation on the concept, but it really isn't that much different. It's essentially the machine is time traveling Uni when it does this. Rides the time machine, the time switching, back to 2011 when they switch back. And that's how it gets to 2011 from 2012. And then the Uni of 2011 goes to 2012 in a similar way, where he wanders away from the crash site during the switch, and then ends up riding the switch back to 2012. And I presume that that's how they're going to switch back in the end, that Uni is going to switch before, it's going to switch eventually such that the version of Uni that the rescuers rescue is going to be the 2011 Uni, which is now in Sphia. It's going to be the younger Uni. And he's going to live some of his life, and they might get some hints from the later Uni about what to do. They might have that kind of like Uni talks to Uni and tells him what to do. And he plans out his later arrival at Sphia and his carrying out what he saw, what his future version of himself told him to do. Sort of similar to Ever 17 with the whole you tells Blink Winkle, which tells you, which tells Blink Winkle circle. Now, I presume, so what's the plot, the rest of the plot revelation? Well, it seems that Uni, Satoru, and this man named Inomoto all are working together to do this swapping business. And they're doing this business, at least for the motivations of Uni and Satoru, in order to save the people in 2011. Satoru wants to save Lin, Uni wants to save Kokoro. There is no evidence that Utsumi is in on this yet, but she could be. There's a way you could make it make sense that she is. And she would be trying to save Yomogi if she were in on this. But we haven't got to that yet. The only ones that seem to know that where there's big amounts of evidence that they're in on this is Uni and Satoru. So Uni and Satoru were doing it to save the people in 2011. Inomoto seems to not be doing it for that. He is working for some organization that might be sinister, sort of like Lieblich Pharmaceuticals. And he's just going along with this because this is a good opportunity for him to test his machine, to use it later or at some other time for his sinister stuff, right? So he has twisted motivations. But he was working with Satoru and Uni anyway because it was an opportunity for him to carry out what he wanted to do to satisfy, according to his twisted motivations. So, but something went wrong that maybe Satoru planned out, but Inomoto didn't know was supposed to happen, and that was that Satoru would get amnesia. We don't know the mechanism by which he has that yet, but it might be related to how when the spatial swap happens, his soul doesn't move. And that made Inomoto think he was dangerous and tried to kill him. And then somebody killed Inamoto, and we'll get to that probably next. So we still have a plot where people in the future are trying to figure out a way to save people in the past. Yes. However, they're not recreating the situation from the past this time. They're just time traveling that situation in the past into the present in order to mess with it, essentially. So the next topic would be, well, either way, the rescue team finds one body, Uni, right? And 3 dead bodies, those of Lin, Kokoro, and Yogomi. And you would think they would do this in the good and bad cases. So the cases where they succeed in saving them and the cases where they fail. For example, there is an ending you can get in Kokoro's route where they get caught in an avalanche. And ironically, the reason why is because they were suggested to go that. They wouldn't have gone to the place where the avalanche would happen unless they had gone there previously. And she's thinking there's a reason why they did it. And the reason why they did it was because they thought there was a reason to do it because they read in the newspaper that they did it. It's circular. But anyway, because of this circular thing, they go to the place on the morning of the 7th where the avalanche happens, and they get caught in it, and everyone dies but Uni. However, the Uni that survives is the 2012 Uni, which makes me wonder how in the world the 2012 how that instance works. It might be that he just swaps back to 2011 Uni anyway, regardless. But then there's a good ending, supposedly, where they get saved, where they just walk to the coast, and then a swap happens, and then they walk back to Desfia to 2012, and they time travel forward into 2012, essentially. And that's what saves them. And we saw that, however, that's not complete salvation, as Satoru and Kokoro's route says that something's bad is about to happen, meaning that although they get saved, there's something more to deal with afterwards. We just don't know what that is yet. So that kind of raises the question, in the good ending, how do those dead bodies appear? And I would guess that there's actually decoy dead bodies. Like the frozen dead body of a woman is one of them. That Kokoro finds is one of them. That woman gets misidentified as Kokoro or Lin. And maybe they can use the body of Inamoto as a prop to later be misidentified as the body of Yomogi. I don't know who they would use for the other woman, though. Yeah, it's kind of hard to wrap your head around, and it might not actually, if you really just study it carefully, you might actually find a paradox in there somewhere. And then lastly, there's stuff that's being done by Kokoro and or Satoru that doesn't seem to be done by either of them. One of those is the stabbing of Inamoto. Kokoro didn't do it. Satoru didn't do it. And it seems unlikely that Inabushi Keiko did it, because she wasn't holding the knife. We actually played through that instance, and she actually took the knife from Satoru. Then a swap happened, and Kokoro swapped in to find Keiko holding the knife. But she wasn't holding the knife originally. But she was standing right next to Satoru when he did the stabbing because she got covered in blood. Okay. Also, we don't have Kokoro eating the food, and we don't have Satoru eating the food. But the food gets eaten. Additionally, we don't have Kokoro taking the hallucinogenic drugs. We don't have Satoru taking the hallucinogenic drugs, but someone ate hallucinogenic drugs. That same person may have been the one who poisoned the mouse, even though they act like poisoning a mouse or the rat is bad or something. But so there's some other entity possessing both these bodies that is neither Satoru nor Kokoro. And one would tend to assume, although this may not be correct in the end, that same personality is the one that possessed Keiko when she did the murders at the hospital. Which means this personality is able to possess a lot, this soul is able to possess quite a few people. So We're going to have to figure this out, who this person is, at some point. Also, the mystery of Kaiko's muteness has not... When the swap happens, is also not resolved. So, it's like her voice doesn't come with her to Mount Akakura when Sphia is transferred to Mount Akakura. So... Let us continue. Also, Kaiko knows way more than we think she does. Hopefully we get to explore her more thoroughly here. In any case, I had to lead them out of the circle as soon as possible. Right, and he decides to distract them by saying, he decides to do like this trick where he says, "There's a helicopter, let's go!" and like try to lead them out. It happened shortly after I thought that. The next transfer. Yeah, he's probably going to do like a helicopter prank sort of thing. Which means there was no helicopter. It was probably made up by Satoru intentionally. All of a sudden, the scenery changed completely. Sphia vanished and the shelter cabin took its place. And a wave of cold struck me. This was no normal cold. I felt pain as though it were eating into my skin. My teeth chattered. Even the air I breathed out felt frozen. No wonder there was no firewood left. Yomogi, Lin, and Uni were standing in different places around the room trying to bear the cold. Nobody was talking. Nobody so much as moved a muscle. Even sustaining their breath required the utmost effort. I was in a world about to be consumed by snow, ice, silence, and death. I was lying on a bed, alone. I slowly got up and went to the window to survey the scene outside. The sky was clear. Obviously, we're on Asagi Island. All right, I'm getting everyone out of the circle. Ready to set my plan in motion, I turned toward the others. At that moment, Lin abruptly started to yell. Okay, no more said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. I don't want to die, said 5 times. I can't die yet. At her wit's end, she moaned, writhing in anguish. Not good. The way things were going, Lin would have a mental breakdown. I rushed over to her. I'm gonna do this. I sat down beside her and silently took her hand in mine, squeezing it. Her body jerked. She stopped trembling. Her hand was cold and so dried out it was pitiful. I couldn't bear this. Even though Lin's in this situation, I can't do anything for her. Even though I once swore to protect her. Even though I swore I'd never let her feel sad. What am I doing? What did I come here to do? I'll definitely save Lin. I gripped her hand a little harder. Lin's eyes focused on me. What? Lin fixed me with a sharp glare. What do you want? Just what the hell are you playing at? Flames of hatred ignited in her eyes. So now you try to cheer me up? Even after you've been persecuting me all this time? I've had enough. I'll never acknowledge you. I'll never accept you no matter how long you keep pretending to be Satoru. I hate you. Lin threw the blankets over her head and turned away from me. Nothing I could say would be effective now. Oh well, nothing I can do. Once this happens, any further action is useless. When Lin flares up at someone, she won't forgive them so easily. A cooling off period is in order. I can't do anything more than just leave her alone. But for now, it looks like Lin's regaining her self-control. I think she'll be able to keep her composure for a while. I left her side. I got up from the bed and headed toward the window again. The weather outside was clear, as usual. All right, we can escape at any time. Let's get everyone out of here. We know he fails, by the way. It's like, the disappointment can come early. But before that, I decided to check outside the circle one more time. I need to stay focused and be careful. I opened the door and stepped outside. 33 minutes had nearly passed since my arrival here. Oh no. I didn't have much time left. Filled with determination, I kicked off the floorboards inside the entrance and jumped out into the snow. I trudged my way through it. Before long, the snow piled up around my feet, making it impossible for me to go any faster. I probably should have just brought the three of them with me in the first place. No point in regretting it now, though. I'm already all the way out here. It was 110 meters from the shelter cabin to the edge of the circle. Even with the resistance of the snow, a one-way trip should only take 5 minutes if I hurried. There was a gentle uphill slope on the way, but I'd already worked that into my calculations. I continued trudging through the snow and up the hill. I raised my eyes to the heavens. Faint clouds drifted far above, but otherwise the night sky was ironically clear. You done goofed. You wasted too much time. Once the space-time transfer occurs, this starry sky will probably be erased in an instant as well. Though my consciousness would remain here at Asogi Island, I wouldn't be able to see it happen. I silently continued up the hill. And that's why Yomogi's like, the weather changed so quickly, right? And eventually reached the edge of the circle. I knew it was the edge because the slight difference in elevation. The layer of the fallen snow on the outside was visibly lower. To me, the clearly defined difference between the levels of snow is a strong indicator I was in an artificial environment. When I raised my head, spread before me was the same scene I saw 2 days ago, completely unchanged. Far off in the distance, the horizon dividing the sky and sea. A myriad of twinkling stars above it, the glassy depths of the dark ocean below. This was Asogi Island, after all. After I finished confirming it, I took a deep breath and immediately turned back the way I came. Just as I did, I caught the merest glimpse of a strange shadow out of the corner of my eye. I had only walked 10 or 20 meters from the shore. The shadow was just inside the circle. Some kind of flesh-colored cloth covered it. I think it's clothing. Drawn to it, I headed over to my previous path and headed over to it. I headed away from my previous path and headed over to it instead. It's the woman. So the woman is inside the circle. So she wouldn't have. So she's on the wrong side of the mountain for being caught in the avalanche, because you need to be on the other side of the summit to be caught in the avalanche. That's interesting. I realized with a single glance that it was a corpse. The remains of a lone girl lay there, almost buried in the snow. I tried lifting her arm, but she didn't move an inch. No, she was clearly past the point of being able to move. You could call her an ice sculpture, the way she was now. She was frozen solid, no longer any different from the snow that surrounded her. Only her dead face, so similar to a sleeper's, hinted that there once been life there. Her pale white skin, her face encased in ice, shone under the faint light of the stars with an almost enchanting beauty. This may have been imprudent, but I almost forgot about the time I stared at that face. Of course, I couldn't recall ever having met her. Just who was she? And how did a girl get all the way up here in the first place? Returning to my senses, I searched until I discovered a wallet. There was a driver's license inside. Lin or Kokoro? Or neither. I think I should put out a guess, but I don't know which. I thought but my whole theory that this is a distracting corpse is blown up because she's on the wrong side of the mountain to be a distracting corpse. The avalanche went away from the shelter cabin on the other side of the summit. It's still most likely, though, it's a name we already know. So, and because it's Satoru discovering the name, I would say it's most likely Lin. Mo, but he says he hadn't seen her before. I have no guess. I'm stumped. I don't know. I'll just have to be revealed to me. I drew it out and looked and looked down at it. Sorry for the pause. I'm trying to like make the induction here. So, because there's this parallelism, right? When they are accusing Satoru of body swapping, of inventing the personality within him of Kokoro, inventing a personality of a dead person. This, in parallel, is also Hotori, is Kaiko taking on the personality of a dead person. However, we know that Satoru is not taking on the personality of the dead Kokoro. He is literally becoming the dead Kokoro. Her soul is literally going into his body. So you would then analogously say that the soul of Suzukaje Hotori literally went into the body of Inabushi Keiko. Which implies that Inabushi Keiko went into the body of Suzukaje Hotori and died. Meaning Inabushi Keiko is dead. The murderer, the person with how many 9 personalities, is dead. No more. The Hotori that we know, completely different person. And the person that Utsumi's trying to kill is already dead. That's what you would assume, that's what you would induce from this. Huh. But no, I did not even consider, I didn't even think of this possibility. Like, I didn't think it would be, I thought I was like 99% sure it'd be a name we knew. I didn't think it was going to be some random other name. I didn't think it was going to be like Inamoto. But I didn't consider this one. And I don't think I ever could have. That's good. That's really good. That's good writing. Okay. That was what was written there. I left her remains lying there and began to run. Naturally, it wasn't as though I felt no guilt, but I no longer had the freedom to dwell on it right now. I kicked up snow as I ran. I practically rolled down the slope back to the cabin. Fragmented thoughts raced through my head. Suzukaje Hotori. The girl's name was Hotori. Though she was no longer alive, that girl was the real Suzukaje Hotori. But at the same time, I've got to get those 3 out of the circle. Chaos reigned in my head. I felt like I was losing it. Charging forward, raising my legs as high as I could, hoping to regain my reason. At that moment, I heard somewhere a whirling rhythmic sound, rending the atmosphere. Oh, a helicopter, okay. So there was a helicopter, but the helicopter was... So there was a real helicopter, but the helicopter was flying over Asogi Island. I see. Looking up, I saw a helicopter. It was probably a self-defense force transport vehicle. Its propeller rotated in a designated circle, keeping its heavy frame up in the air. This isn't Mount Akakura, it's Asogi Island. It wouldn't have been all that strange for a transport helicopter to pass overhead. But I only knew that because I knew the truth. Yomogi and Lin were inside the shelter cabin. And as soon as I thought that, sure enough, both of them came flying out of the cabin. Panicking as though this was their last chance.
Oi! ここだ!
Hey, over here.
こっちだ!
Down here.
助けて!
Save us.
こっちよ! こっち!
Geez, here, over here.
どこ行くつもりなのよ!
Where do you think you're going? They were probably drawn out by the sound of the helicopter. They waved their arms at an aircraft frantically. Yamoki was clutching a flashlight in one hand. After a while, Yuni appeared as well, staggering as he ran. I nodded as I made sure all of them were there. Then I took off running after the helicopter. Luckily, it was heading right in my direction. I stood there in a place and waited for them to come to me. Turning my head, I followed it with my eyes, breathing hard. It was pretty high up. I could tell that it was by the way it was shaped, but from this distance, it was difficult to make out anything else. The helicopter glided further away through the starry sky. Eventually, the three of them reached me.
おい、何やってんだよ、冬川さん。
Hey, what do you think you're doing,
わからない
Fuyukawa-san?
のか。
Don't you know what's
ほ
going
ら、
on?
あれだよ、あれ、ヘリ、
Look over there. It's a helicopter.
ヘリが来たんだよ。
A helicopter has come. Yamogi shouted, breathing roughly. He pointed straight up at the helicopter
お
overhead.
ーい、待ってくれー。
Hey, wait! Please wait! Shouting at the top of his lungs, Yamogi began to chase after it again. Lin and Yuni followed close behind him. I chased after them as well. There was no reason not to. If they continued on like this, the three of them would have probably escaped the circle. Wait, the three of them? Then what about me? What would happen to Kokuro's body? Right, he would go outside the circle. It would swap back. But Kokuro's soul would leave Satoru's body. But then Kokuro's body would not come back for it to go into. So it would just be a disembodied soul. Or it would just not swap. And she would just be in Satoru's body forever, and he would be in Kokuro's body forever. I think it would be in Kokuro's body forever either way. The question is, does his body die and Kokuro become a disembodied soul or die, or does she just stay in Satoru's body forever, or for the rest of his life? But even as I thought that, I ran on, continuing my pursuit. I caught up to Yuni. As he ran, he began to speak.
サトル
Satoru,
なんだ
what is it?
実は伝えなきゃいけないことがあるんだ
The truth is, there's something I need to tell you. Out of breath, he tried to speak over the pauses for breath that broke up his sentences.
だからなんだよ
So what is it already?
いいサトル
Listen, Satoru, you can't leave the circle, right?
僕らはきっとサークルの外には出れない
There's no way we'll make it out of the circle.
え
もうすぐなんだ
It's going to happen soon, but not
時
now.
空間転移が起こるのは
The space-time transfer. I glanced down at my wristwatch. The hands were pointed at 10:52 p.m. The edge of the circle was still far off.
サトル落ち着いて聞いてね
Satoru, calm down and listen to me, okay?
僕らがここでこうして会うのは
Right, this will be the last time
これが最後なんだよ
that we meet like this. Well, there has to be one more swap though, because Kokuro, unswapped, was able to run outside the circle at the end of her route. And did they meet? And Yuni was there at the time. And Yuni, Lin, and Kokuro were all shown running after Satoru. His words stopped me in my tracks. Yuni halted as well and turned to face me. He's going to give us directions on what to do, right?
なんでかっていうと
How should I say this?
17日にならないとその次の転移が起こらないからなんだ
The next transfer won't happen until the 17th.
お前どうしてそんなことを知ってるんだ
How could you possibly know that? Because he scheduled the transfers ahead of time, right?
いいから黙って聞いてよ時間がないんだから
Just be quiet and listen, we've got no time left.
次の転移が発生するのは17日の午前4時48分
Next transfer will happen on the 17th at 4:48 a.m.
繰り返すよ
Let me
次
repeat.
の転移が発生するのは17日の午前4時48分なんだ
Next transfer will happen on the 17th at 4:48 a.m.
だからその時までに
That's why until then. And he transfers.
転移か
Damn it. A transfer. The starry sky disappeared and the temperature around me suddenly rose. Before my eyes, Before my eyes, I couldn't see a thing. I could only feel, and it was like I was being wrapped in something very soft. I felt human bodily warmth around my face, arms, and chest. Well, this is going to be a very awkward scene, but right here in Kokoro's route, you get into this minefield of bad endings. This is where you can get ice. You can get ice picked by Lynn, right? You can die in the snow. So if these two sides are parallel, I'm about to face a whole bunch of potential bad endings right here, and I got to be careful. I seem to be holding someone. No, am I the one being held? I timidly pulled my body away. I didn't know what was going on. I looked up. Before me was Utsumi's face, wearing a gentle smile. What was Kokoro doing right before she was sent onto the helicopter thing? Trying to remember. What happened the last time at Sphia? So she saw the confrontation, like the whole confrontation between Utsumi, the personality of Otori and Kaiko's body, as far as I can tell, and Satoru with the knife. She gets the knife, as in Satoru, Kokoro and Satoru's body. I think. In the end, no, maybe not. The knife gets thrown somewhere, I think. There's a time where Uni accuses Satoru of murdering Inamoto. Is that it? Because, anyway, this is, crazy, but Itsumi met my reaction with a puzzled stare, her eyes wide. I began to think about the current position of my body. Did Itsumi's face being above me mean I was kneeling? Both my knees were on the floor and my face was buried in her chest. Why would Kokoro... It may not have been Kokoro. As we know, there's someone else possessing the bodies, too. The dead, disembodied soul of Inabushi Kaiko that got released after the body of Otori died. This was Sphia's living area. Just the same as it always was. Wait.
何なんだこれは。
What is this? Is it a new background? I was shocked by the drastic alteration to the appearance of the living area. Yeah, the art department had to do more work. The sofa had been ripped to shreds, its stuffing exploding like entrails. The table had been flipped over and chairs broken, and the computer monitor knocked to the floor. Well, the table doesn't look flipped over to me. The living area and the dining area used to have a glass divider between them, but it was no more, having been shattered into tiny pieces. The plasma display screen from the wall was full of cracks that radiated outward from its center. A huge hole gaped in the middle of it, as though it had been shot through with an enormous bullet. A scene of terrible violence. This was beyond a tragedy. I was speechless. The concept of words had completely left my head. And my reaction would be, is Otori okay? Because I'd be super worried that she'd be a bloody, cut-up mess.
落ち着いた?
Have you calmed down? So literally something possessed his body and went crazy. She asked, smiling calmly. I was still in shock at the sight of it. All my efforts to gather my thoughts were completely futile.
ユキド君よね?
Yukito-kun, right? I nodded
人
slowly.
格が変わったのはいつ?
When did your personality switch?
ついさっき
Just now.
立ち上がるちょっと前。
Just before I stood up. From my extremely limited command of spoken language, I was somehow able to pluck the appropriate words.
そう。
I see.
じゃあ覚えてないのかしら?
So you don't remember anything then?
何を
About
こ
what?
のリビングで暴れたこと。
Your rampage in the living area?
暴れた
Rampage?
そうよ。
That's right.
つまりこれは
In other words, this...
心が
Kokoro did this? Yes. No, she didn't.
どうして
Why?
さあ、私にはわからないわ。
I wonder. I have no idea.
物音に気づいた時にはすでにあなたは暴れてたから。
By the time I heard you, you were already in the midst of it.
それで私があなたをなだめて。
And then I tried to calm you
抱
down
きしめた
by holding me. Asumi silently nodded, although she probably did something more. Why had Kokoro done such a horrible thing? No matter what the circumstances were, I just couldn't understand how this level of violence was the product of her hand. Yet another great mystery had been born. And that wasn't all that bothered me. Utsumi's attitude. As I recall, didn't she resent me for getting in the way of her plan? To a certain extent, she had returned to her gentle self this afternoon, but even then, she didn't so much as smile at me once. It's like she was only pretending to want to kill Hotori. But it was different now. Her gaze at me with eyes full of love, like the Virgin Mary. I tried to gauge her true intentions. Even a mystery, an obscuring tempest of mysteries. I couldn't understand any of this, but that didn't matter anymore. I've gotten used to never getting any answers.
ごめんちょっと一人にさせてくれ
Sorry, but let me be alone for a while. With that weak utterance, I went to take my leave. But I stopped at once and turned
そうい
back.
えばほとりとユニは
Come to think of it, where are Hotori and Uni?
逃げたわ。
They ran
二人
away.
一緒にユニくんの部屋へ。
They went to Unikun's room
そう
together.
かありがとう
Is that so? Thank you. I didn't dare question her any further. If she says that they ran away, then that means Kokoro hadn't just attacked inanimate objects but people as well. How could this have happened? I dragged myself to my room with heavy feet. What really happened to Kokoro? What was the only thing passing through my mind right now? That was the only thing passing through my mind right now. That's what had happened right before the transfer. I checked the notepad, but there weren't any new messages there. I wanted to know what had happened at Sphia while I was away. Besides reading Kokoro's messages and asking the others, I had no other way of knowing. Should I try asking Uni and Otori? But I didn't really feel up to it. It was plain as day what had happened with them. It would be great if there was another way. A way to check what had happened before the transfer. You know of a room. Here we go. Let's go down there. Justin, I remembered something. Inamoto's words.
そんなに知りたいのなら後で見せてやろ
If you want to know that badly, I'll show you
う。ちょう
later.
ど先ほどデータを整理したんでね。
I just finished organizing all the data from before when you got here.
データ
Data. Now that I think about it, there was surveillance equipment set up in that small room, which meant that data couldn't have been the footage recorded by the surveillance cameras, could it? The machine that small room might store all of it. The machine in that small room might store all of it. Oh, we're going to get so much revelation here. I left for that room right away. The door to the room had been left open. Passing through it, I stood before the console. The computer was still on as well. The OS was no different from the usual. I sat at the terminal and began to type. I was able to retrieve the video surveillance data with ease. In the meantime, I tried playing the footage from the camera in the living area. It flickered to life on the main overhead monitor. Now, I don't think there's going to be a video, so I wonder how they're going to portray this. Probably with stills. I watched intently, or just text. Sunday, January 15th, 2012. Time, 10:18 p.m. Location, living area. I saw myself on screen, engrossed in conversation with Uni. The camera probably didn't have a microphone because I couldn't hear any voices. So this is Kokoro talking with Uni about, like, you thought, so I was the one who stabbed him, right? I had no memories of this, which meant that the body I was seeing was being controlled by Kokoro's consciousness. Uni moved his lips as though muttering something. My body did as well. Uni gave a small nod. He squeezed his palm shut. My body drew closer to Uni. Uni slowly began backing away. An expression of fear formed on his childlike face. Fear followed by sorrow. Tears were starting to well up from behind his glasses. And then for a time the two stood still as I looked on. The silence continued. Eventually Uni raised one arm. Extending a finger, he pointed straight at my body. Right? We know this conversation. Yuni's lips just barely moved. And immediately after that, what was it thinking? My body suddenly struck Yuni. Yuni's small body was knocked to the floor. And then, as if it hadn't had enough, my body hurled itself on top of Yuni with great force. My body began to squeeze Yuni's thin neck. At that moment, Totori suddenly appeared from the corner of the screen. Totori circled around behind my body, wrapping her arms around its hips and began pulling with all her might. It looked as though she were trying to tear my body away from Yuni. My body turned around and threw Hotori to the floor. Since their mouths were open wide, did that mean they were yelling? And thus the act of shocking brutality unfolded before my eyes. My body tore apart the sofa. It grabbed the ashtray from the table and aimlessly hurled it away. It hit the plasma display straight on. The fragments of the screen exploded into the air. It swung the chairs around, kicked over the table, and grabbed the computer monitor, yanking it until it tore free of its wires. Still gripping the monitor, it used it to demolish the glass partition between the two rooms. I couldn't bear to watch what happened next. My body went into a violent fit, tearing around the room like a wild
こ
beast.
れが
This
冬
is
川心の正体。
Fuyukawa Kokuro's true nature. Which is frustrating to read. The screen now showed the panicking figures of Yuni and Hotori as they tried to escape. They ran to Yuni's room hand in hand. Taking no notice of their disappearance, my body only slipped further and further into its own rampage. It was almost as if my body was trying to validate its own existence, as if it was clumsily trying to assert itself. My body loved this world but hated it at the same time. My body was playing with the world. My body screamed out loud, then it wept. My body was struggling as if it was doing all it could to destroy this world. And eventually, my body exhausted itself and slept. And that's the murderer. Inutsumi's bosom. Utsumi seemed to pity my body, but at the same time, she seemed to love it as well. But this is what killed. This is likely who you are hugging right now, is who killed your son, Utsumi. With her warmth, she forgave everything, accepted everything with the magnanimity of a goddess. Or at least that's how the images on the screen made me feel. My body was sleeping in Utsumi's embrace, peacefully, as if dozing beneath the early spring sunset. There wasn't a hint of the disgraceful behavior from a moment before. Utsumi held my body to her chest with the half-closed eyes of the Virgin Mary and the artless smile on her face. January 16th, the 6th day. Another shadow. The clear blue sky stretched out above me. Freezing wind blew around me as it whistled along the ground. I breathed a lungful of fresh air and savored its piercing chill. Monday, January 16th, 2012. Present time, 7:49 a.m. Everything is gradually coming to an end. The proposition I called R, some parts of it still remain unanswered, but I have no time to deal with them one by one. For now, I've got to concentrate on breaking free from the space-time transfer phenomenon as fast as possible. According to Inamoto, the space-time transfer only affects the area within a 110-meter radius. I gotta deal with something here. Okay, I'm back. Should be recording again. Continuing. Every single thing within that area, between location A in the past and location B in the future, changes place during the space-time transfer phenomenon. But for some reason, only Kokuro's and my own consciousness remain behind. Whenever the transfer occurs, we lose our bodies. Then our consciousness is lost without their containers. We're forced to possess an available vessel as an emergency countermeasure. Myself in Kokuro's body and Kokuro in mine. Therefore, in order to put a stop to this phenomenon, I simply had to escape the affected area. If I left the circle, my body would no longer be transported to the Mount Akakura of the past, thus ending the phenomenon. Okay, so that's all that happens, is he just leaves the circle, and that allows, okay. And that brings everyone back. That brings Kokuro, and then on the 17th. So he's supposed to stand outside the circle on the 17th. That it? So he just stands on the beach on the 17th. That's it. Okay. Of course, nothing would happen to my consciousness either. Now, Yomogi might arrive, though, because Yomogi might run out the circle looking for Kokuro. And the same goes for Kokuro. Since the alternative vessel, my body, won't jump to Mount Akakura, her consciousness should stay put. But wouldn't she just die? Providing that everything Inamoto told me was the truth. Well, there's nothing I can do but believe him. So then, what happens now? If I let a space-time transfer occur while I'm out of reach, then Kokuro's consciousness would be transported to Asogi Island inside her body. Are you sure? Are you sure it would happen, or she would just be left there? And in other words, no more personality transfers. And just like Yomogi and the others, she jumped through time with her mind and body intact. The shelter cabin of 2011 would appear as on the Asogi Island of 2012. After that, I, who remained outside the circle, would march into the shelter cabin. Collect Kokoro, Yomogi, Lin, and Uni, and lead them out the circle. As a result, they'd all end up in the future, but this isn't the time to be picky. If they remained in the shelter cabin any longer, they'd all get caught up in the avalanche and die, just as history dictated. Their lives hang in the balance. A little time leap is trivial against the weight of a human life. But there's nothing you can do, though. It's all up to them. With that, all my objectives on Mount Agakura would be taken care of in one fell swoop. Now, what about things at Sphia? Yesterday, the Uni of the shelter cabin told me this.
次の転移が発生するのは17日の午前4時48分なんだ。
The next transfer will happen on the 17th at 4:48 a.m.
だからその時までに。
That's why until then. Until then what? A transfer decided to occur right at the most important moment, so I didn't get to hear the rest. I think you probably meant to say until then you have to do something, or something along those lines. But I hadn't a clue what I was supposed to be doing. He couldn't have meant get everyone in Sphia out of the circle, could he? Which would be, you wouldn't be completely necessary because it would swap back. So as long as if they were in the circle, as long as they stayed in Sphia, then they could come back with Sphia. So it's not too bad of a big of a deal. Utsumi and Uni are no problem, but there's no way I can let a psychotic murderer who killed 12 people go free. With that said, if this transfer phenomenon isn't going to end in the near future, then leaving the three of them behind Sphia isn't a good idea either.
たく、どうすりゃいいんだよ。
Geez, what should I do? In any case, I still had time until then. Until that moment comes, I decided to refrain from doing anything careless. I drew another deep breath of fresh air into my lungs. My exhalation sparkled white before vanishing with the wind. I inspected Utsumi, Hotori, and Uni's rooms. Nothing particularly out of place. It was already past 8, yet all three of them were still sound asleep.
それにしても、
At any rate, I stood in the middle of the living area.
ここまでするかよ、普通。
What would drive you to do this? I involuntarily mouthed those words as I surveyed the decimated room. Why would Fuyukawa Kokoro do such a thing? For her to be pushed this far, something terrible must have happened. The trigger was probably that conversation with Uni. Right in the middle of their conversation, Kokoro, in my body, had suddenly attacked Uni. Interestingly, this Kaiko personality, this terrible personality, tends to kind of show up in people immediately after they're accused of being a murderer. Right? So Hotori, like Satoru accused Hotori of being a murderer. Then suddenly she went crazy. It's like she got possessed. Because she literally did get possessed. And then she goes on this rampage where she throws a chair at Kokoro in the body of Satoru. Similarly, Uni accuses Kokoro in the body of Satoru as murdering Inamoto. Suddenly, this personality comes in and possesses the body of Satoru. Right? There's something about you are a murderer, you don't care about human life, that makes this thing show up and possess you. The one I don't really, but there's kind of more, because like, this thing still possessed Kokoro's body in the shelter cabin and made her to eat the hardtack, and also possessed Satoru's body and made the body to drink the psychoactive substances. I don't know if there's an accusation of murder occurring in either of those, but it's interesting. Those events had been clearly recorded. I'd seen the video last night in that small underground room. What in the world did Uni say to her? I looked down at the shattered glass and shook my head.
やれやれ。
My God. At any rate, Fuyukawa Kokoro's latent violent side had revealed itself. She's even more than likely the one who brutally stabbed Inamoto to death, too. There's probably a certain trigger for her violent outbursts. When that set her off, she'd lose all control and an insane personality would suddenly take over.
人格
Personality?
表変
Suddenly take over. Something in the back of my mind was nagging at me. Well, this has been nagging at me for a long time, Satoru. No, it's only two recordings ago. That's it. Like last recording, I knew there was going to be a third personality, but I didn't know what it was. Anyway, I decided to ask Uni about that talk with Kokoro once he woke up. Having more or less made up my mind, I returned to my room. At that point, I noticed something in the corner of my room. A scrunched up scrap of paper. I picked it up and unfolded it. Crude and familiar handwriting. A message from Kokoro. A message I'd yet to read had been inscribed there. It's Kokoro. There's something strange going on with your body. What happened? Did someone make you take poison? Please tell me. Even just a little is fine, so tell me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die either, Satoru. What should I do? What should I do to help? I'm scared. I'm very, very scared. I have no idea why this is happening. I don't even know what will happen 5 minutes from now. I don't know who I can believe in either. Hey, Satoru, I want to meet you. Even a single glance is fine, but I want to meet you. Because the one reflected in the mirror isn't you, it's me. I want to meet you that's really you. Because there's no one I can believe in but you, Satoru. I want you to tell me that everything's alright. I want you to tell me that there's nothing to worry about. Judging from the content, she must have written this last night while the DMT was racking my body. The ink had blurred here and there. It's swollen and then dried, creating ripples. Tear stains? I touched them with my fingertips. Her fear, her hopelessness, her sadness, they all permeated through my fingers. Kokoro. Something ached deep within my chest. What was happening to her right now? Yesterday, outside the shelter cabin, Yomogi and Lin had chased after a helicopter. From the markings on it, I'm guessing it was a self-defense force helicopter. It just happened to pass over the skies of the Asogi Island of 2012. But of course, they had no way of knowing that. They were convinced it was a rescue team, so they chased after it. That was probably the best chance I had to bring them out of the circle. However, just before you reached the edge of the circle, a transfer. What happened to them after that? Well, there's a lot of bad endings that can happen, but if you make the right choices, they at least survive. Did they stand there dumbfounded, staring blankly up at the empty sky? It wasn't empty, it turned into a blizzard suddenly. Well, something like that. If a helicopter were to be suddenly vanish like that, you couldn't help but doubt your own eyes. Then what happened? Did they give up and return to the shelter cabin, or...
まさか
Don't tell me. Did they continue chasing the helicopter and leave the circle of Mount Akakura?
いやないなそれはない
Taking a pause here. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, he's worried that they'll permanently be outside the circle and then they can't be rescued anymore because they are out of the purview of the time pole. Okay. According to history, they should be caught in an avalanche at location X early in the morning of the 17th. Whatever the circumstances, they couldn't have spent an entire day wandering around in the snow, only to turn up at location X, right? Even if one of them had suggested it, as long as they had a pro mountaineer like Yomogi with them, I don't think they'd do such a reckless thing. And even if they did leave the circle, they should have returned to the shelter cabin by now. That's what I believed. Moreover, the helicopter was flying west in the first place. On the contrary, location X was east. Just to be safe, I took the magazine out from under the mattress. I opened it to the feature on the
やっ
crash.
ぱりそうか
As I thought. According to the rough map on this page, location X, where the bodies were discovered, was to the east of the shelter cabin. So since they were running to the west, this means they'd have to backtrack in order to reach location X. There's no reason they'd go out of their way to reach location X. Yeah, they must have returned to the shelter cabin. They must have. I had no way of knowing for sure, so all I could do was hope for the best. Working to convince myself, I flipped through the pages of the magazine. At the end of the article, there was a list of all the crash victims, the full names of all 31 people on board. Oh, he's going to see Hotori, isn't he? Fuyukawa Kokoro, Yomogi Seiji, Meizumi Lin, and Kudusada Yoni. Their names were all there. But there was another. Another name I knew well. Tsuchukaje Hotori-san, 19.
鳥
Hotori.
鈴鹿ね小鳥
Died in the crash, right? Suzukaje Hotori. I unintentionally spoke out loud. Speak of the devil and she will appear. No. But I thought about it calmly. Then there wasn't much of a surprise to be surprised about. It was completely normal for Suzukaje Hotori to be on the list. I found her body within the circle of the shelter cabin, after all. Somewhere, buried under the thick snow on Mount Akakura, I saw her cold body with my own 2 eyes. Well, with Kokuro's eyes, But then, why was she out there? No need to think about it. Suzukache Hotori is one of the passengers on Flight HAL 18. From what lightweight clothes she was wearing, I'm guessing she wasn't planning on scaling Mount Akakura. Her name was printed in there anyway. She probably survived the crash somehow, found herself alone in the midst of a blizzard, like the refugees at the shelter cabin, and began wandering around. Searching for help, searching for a warm place. But a lone woman under those conditions couldn't have been that strong. And with those clothes, there's no way she could have endured that snowstorm. Sometime after finally setting foot inside the circle, all her strength deserted her and she collapsed. Time passed, and on January 17th, she was discovered by the rescue team. Her corpse was retrieved just like those of the other victims. I don't think I'm far from the truth. That's what happened to the body of Suzukaje Hotori. Which means that the decomposed bodies, my whole theory of maybe she's one of the decomposed bodies that they found. She's not, because they found her body separately, according to this. Which means, how did the rescue team find the bodies? Is that going to be they're just going to leave that as a paradox? Normally, her death would be something to mourn. But an abnormal phenomenon was at work here. That is the space-time transfer. Right, so she ended up transferred into... Her soul didn't transfer, so she got trapped in a... Tori, but then she keeps taking the name. Unless I messed up, Sochukaje Hotori isn't dead yet. She's alive. She's just borrowing the body of Inabushi Kaiko. Right? In short, this is how it went. And the first place-time transfer occurred sometime past 8:30 p.m. on January 11th, 2011. I think it actually happened at 5 p.m. There's one at 5 p.m. and there's one that happened afterwards at past 8:30. Yeah, okay. Suzukaje Otori's body was already inside the circle, lying in a snowfield. However, she wasn't dead. She was still breathing. It's just barely. And then transfer. Suzukaje Hotori's consciousness was separated from her body. I'm not sure why, but when you consider that Kokoro and I are in the very same situation, it's not unthinkable. This is as my consciousness entered Kokoro's body, and Kokoro's consciousness entered my body. Suzukaje Hotori's consciousness entered Inabushi Kaiko's body. I guess it goes without saying that Inabushi Kaiko's body must have been deserted, an empty vessel at the time. Well... Therefore, logic would dictate that Inabushi Kaiko must have been separated from her body as well. Me and Kokoro's body, Kokoro and my body. And me and Kokoro's body, Kokoro and my body, Inabushi and Hotori's body, Hotori and Inabushi's body. After transfer, things continued like this for 33 minutes, during which Inabushi Kaiko probably passed away. Trapped in another person's body, she died. No, there's no reason to assume that she died during the first 33-minute period. The second, the third, the fourth, it could have been any of the early transfers. The result would have been the same. Anyway, Inabushi Kaiko's consciousness met its death while in Suzukaje Hotori's body. Judging from the corpse I saw yesterday, I'm certain it's been a while since she died. She couldn't have held out for more than a few hours in a blizzard dressed like that. But she didn't find, did she? But she hasn't really commented about how her body's the wrong one, has she? You'd think she'd comment on that. Why am I in this weird body? She would comment. But they only swapped when the swap. Okay, we'll wait till they explain it, okay? Because, they'd only swap when there's a swap. So, Kaiko would go into... And when a swap happens, Kokoro would be in Satoru's body. So when Kokoro was in Satoru's body, that's when things would be swapped. But otherwise, they would not be, so they'd swap back, right? Judging from the corpse I saw yesterday, I'm certain it's been a while since she died, but couldn't have held out for more than a few hours in a blizzard dressed like that. In July of 2009, Inabushi Kaiko murdered 12 innocent people, one of whom was Unikin. Junichi-kun. In the frigid snow, unable to so much as move a finger, she died. I couldn't help but feel it was fitting in for her. So then, what happened to Suzukaje Hotori after she was transported into Inabushi's body? Since she lost the body of the other side, her original body, she served as a counterpart in the exchanges. Hotori had no vessel to transfer into. If that vessel disappeared from the circle, her consciousness wouldn't separate from it. Meaning that at that point on, Hotori hasn't experienced any personality transfers, which brings us here. Most likely from here on out. She'll have to live the rest of her life as Inabushi Keiko, the fate she's been handed as a price for her life. I wonder what she's thinking now. Is she accepting this completely changed new self? She must have realized it by now, but she doesn't seem to care about it at the least. She always acts calm and composed. Just who is the true Suzukaje Hotori? She killed the rat without batting an eye and toyed with my emotions while wearing that fearless smile. Thinking back on it, she actually seemed to be enjoying her awful fate quite a bit. This harsh reality amuses her. The mind of Suzukaje Hotori might be far more frightening than Ibushi Keiko's. She's a bigger threat than I thought. Rejection. Okay. I left the room and found Uni in a chair in the dining area. He was eating breakfast by himself. There's a plate of scrambled eggs and toast on the table.
Ohayo.
Uni, ohayo, or good morning. My attempt to greet him met with failure. Without so much as a glance my way, he silently continued to
小鳥
eat.
と内海さんは
Where's Hotori and
知ら
Utsumi-san?
ない。
Don't know.
知らないって
What do you not
お前
know?
な二人から目を離すなってあれほど
Didn't you promise to keep an eye on them?
約束した覚えはないよ。
I don't remember making that promise.
でも
But
もうあんな約束なんて無効だから。
that promise is no longer in effect.
ユニ
Uni. I muttered, trying to draw nearer to him. However,
来ない
stay
で
away.
それ以上僕に近づかないで
Don't you dare take another step. His cold words formed the invisible wall between us, stopping me at my tracks. I halted at
なあ
once.
ユニどうして俺のことを避けるんだ
Hey, Uni, why are you avoiding me?
僕だって本当はこんなこと言いたくない。
It's not like I want to say those things,
だけど怖いんだ。
but I'm scared.
怖くって仕方がないんだ。
I'm so scared I don't know what to do.
サトル、
Satoru,
僕のこと殺そうとしてるんでしょ。
you tried to kill me, didn't you?
何バカなこと言ってんだよ
What are you saying? Why are you saying what do you say? You know exactly what he's talking about. I was momentarily flustered, but realized only a second later where he was coming from. Uni
もしかして
probably... Do you
榎
think
本あの男を殺したのが俺だってそう思ってるのか
that I'm the one who killed Inamoto?
思ってるも何もないよ。
This goes way beyond just
この
thinking.
目で確かに見たんだから。
I saw you with my own
楽
eyes.
しそうに笑いながらあの男の人を何度も突き刺してるところ。
You were laughing as you stabbed that man over and over and over.
楽しそうに
I was
笑いなが
laughing.
ら
I was laughing.
そうだったじゃないか。
Aren't you?
もう死んでるって分かってたはずなのに。
Even you must have known he was already dead.
なのにしつこく何度も
But you just kept on stabbing him.
死体をいたぶって遊ぶみたいにさしてただろ。
You butchered his corpse, acting like it was all a game to you, didn't you? I was speechless. I was laughing like it was all a game? In other words, Fuyukawa Kokoro slaughtered Inamoto for sport? I don't understand. I can't understand Fuyukawa Kokoro's personality anymore. But now wasn't the time for that. You don't understand? That was Inabushi Keiko right there. That was the disembodied soul of Inabushi Keiko. Not, figure this stuff out. I had to clear up this misunderstanding. I had
違
to.
う違うんだよユニ
No, it's not like that, Yumi.
奴をやったのは俺じゃなくて
I'm not the one who killed that guy.
心だって言いたいの。
Then it was Kokoro, is that what you're saying? And saying it was Kokoro to Uni doesn't really go over very well, because Uni likes... Yeah, that's not going to work. Uni's eyes are still glued to his plate. From his small back, I could sense something beginning to boil up within him. I held my breath and answered softly so as not to provoke him. Yes?
もうやめてよ。
Cut it out. Cut it out already.
限界だよ。
I've had all I can take.
これ以上耐えられない。
I can't stand this anymore.
ユニ、分かってくれ。
Uni, please
肉
understand.
体は同じでも、俺と心は別の人格を持った。
Our body is the same, but Kokoro and I have very different personalities.
いい加減にしてよ。こっちはもううんざりなんだよ。
Enough already, I'm sick of it. Uni bolted from his chair as he yelled.
DID だかなんだか知らないけど、そんなもんは僕にとっては何の関係もないんだ。
I don't know anything about this did or whatever, and I don't care.
サトルも心もない。あんたはあんただ。
Enough with all the Satoru this and Kokoro that. You are
お
you.
前はお前なんだよ。
Just you.
あの男の人を殺し、僕まで殺そうとした。
You killed that man and you tried to kill me too.
リビングをめちゃくちゃにして、ほとりにまで暴力を振るった。
You destroyed the living area, you even attacked Totori.
全部お前だろ。お前がやったことだろ。
All that was you, right? You're responsible for everything, right?
記憶がないとか、人格が違うとか、そんな言い訳はどうでもいいんだ。
I don't remember. It was another personality. Enough
僕
excuses.
が恐れてるのは、あんたの存在そのものなんだよ。
Just the fact that you're here scares me. I mean, what prevents you from swapping to the other personality at any time? Uni had a point. From his standpoint, it was only natural to think that. I couldn't
子
answer.
供だと思って、甘く見るなよな。
Don't look down on me just because I'm a
僕は
kid.
絶対、お前なんかに殺されたりしない。
There's no way I'd let myself be killed by the likes of you.
もう二度と、僕のそばに近づかないで。いいね。
Don't you ever come near me again, you hear? His cold words pierced me. And with that warning, Uni got up to leave. I can't let him go like this. I rushed over to him and took hold of his
待
arm.
ってくれ、ユニ。
Wait, Uni.
離せよ。
Let me go. Let me go. Well, he was accused of being a murderer, but the personality Kaiko didn't swap in, so that's something, I guess. Uni struggled furiously, trying to shake off my hand. He landed a square kick to my abdomen. But since he was only a child, he didn't do any significant damage. But seeing him struggle so hard against me made my heart sink. Disgust, hatred, scorn, fear. Taken aback by such open rejection, I instinctively let go of his arm. Uni, now free of my hold, stared doubtingly into my eyes as he slowly backed
分
away.
かった。約束しよ
All right, I
う。
promise.
二度とお前のそばには近づかない。
I won't come near you ever again. I raised both my hands in a conciliatory
だけ
gesture.
ど、一つだけ教えてくれないか。
Will you just tell me one thing? Uni scowled at me balefully, a sharp glint in his eyes. He was still on guard, ready to repel me at any moment.
なんだよ。
What?
夕べのことだ。
About last night.
ゆうべ
Last night?
昨日の晩、心と何を話した？
What were you talking about with Kokoro last night?
今と同じことだよ。
The same thing I just said to you.
お前があの男の人を殺したんだって、そう言ってやったんだ。
I said you were the one who killed that man.
そしたらあんたは、いきなり僕のことを殴りつけて、
And when I did, you suddenly hit
あ
me.
とは、言わなくてもわかるよね。
After that, I don't need to tell you what happened, right? Uni cast a quick sidelong glance at the living area. The extent of the destruction there spoke more clearly than words ever could.
さあ、答えたよ。
There, I answered you.
約束。守ってもらうからね。
Make sure you keep your promise. As I searched for the right words to say to him, Uni abruptly turned and ran. He rushed into his own room and slammed the door shut behind him. I heard the lock click from the inside, followed by the sound of heavy objects being dragged across the floor. Is he barricading himself in? The sound filled me with utter dejection. I fell into a stupor. Here was yet another big problem, as though I didn't have enough of those already. After all, the battering the current situation had given me, Uni's words were like the finishing blow. He hated my guts now. Uni was no longer on my side. I didn't have anyone I could trust. Not even Fuyukawa Kokoro. I thought of her as my precious partner, but she'd merely stabbed Inamoto, and upon being confronted as the culprit, flew into a violent rage. Is this place a hangout for lunatics? Yes, actually. Otori's suspicious behavior, Itsumi's quest for revenge, and now I lost Uni, the only one I could rely on. I don't think I can take much more of this. Damn.
なんでこんなことになっちまったんだろうな。
Why did it turn out like this? Because someone wrote it that way, Satoru. The complaints just flowed out of me. I dejectedly sat down on the chair Uni had vacated. However, the goddess of fate didn't spare me a moment of respite, because at that very moment... Hotori screamed. A shrill scream shattered the silence. I instinctively got up. I turned in the direction of the shriek, the basement storeroom. I sprinted down the stairs so fast I nearly fell. Revenger. There stood Utsumi with a kitchen knife. Before her stood Hotori. Brandishing the knife, Utsumi was poised to attack her. Her piercing howl tore through the air. The knife flashed, moving in a parabola. Hotori avoided it by a hair's breadth. The blade sliced through nothing. Hotori launched herself off from the floor and danced through the air. With a series of brilliant sidesteps, she stayed out of the enemy's striking range.
小賢しい。
How crafty.
逃げられるとでも思ってんのか？
You think you can run away? Utsumi chased after her. The two vanished in seconds. It was literally a struggle to the death. A battle unfolding before me put Hotori's life on the line. I could no longer see the two of them, but the sounds of their conflict continued on without pause. Shells being knocked over, boxes being thrown, the sharp echo of glass containers shattering. The scene was so surreal, so far from reality, that I could only stand there dumbfounded. No, stop it, stay away. Somebody help me. Hotori's scream helped me regain focus. I couldn't just stand there and watch. I had to save her, I had to protect her. My legs moved quicker than I expected. Running. I passed through fallen shelves and jumped over scattered obstacles. My sole aim was finding the two of them. Before I noticed it, the air around me fell silent. Hotori had stopped screaming. Something stirred within my chest. The sound of my heartbeat and my breath caught discord to drum in my ears.
頼む、間に合ってくれ。
Please let me make it in time. I practically tumbled into a corner of the storeroom. Utsumi spared me a quick glance. Directly before her was Hotori, driven up against the
やめ
wall.
ろ！バカな真似はやめるんだ！
Stop it. Stop this baka.
邪魔よ。引っ込んでて。
You're in the way. Back off.
落ち着いてくれ、内海さ
Please calm down,
ん。
Utsumi-san.
今のあんたは正気を。
You're not in your right. Silence.
お前もやられたいのか？
Or do you want to be next? Utsumi's face was repulsively warped. I'd seen that demonic expression before. It was the same expression she revealed on the anniversary of Junichi-kun's death. Back then, she looked like she'd been possessed by an evil spirit. Not an ounce of warmth remained in her eyes. That's really a stretch to make that go back in hindsight. You know, the reason why, my thought was, right now, this is actually not Utsumi. This is Utsumi being possessed by, like, Kaiko or something, right? The problem with that theory is that she has this whole revenge thing going on, where she accuses Hotori, or the person in the body of Inabashi Kaiko, of killing her son. So you have to actually go back through all of that stuff, try to figure out a way to reframe that as Kaiko somehow taking revenge on the person in her old body for killing her. But, like, the wording is specific enough, I don't think you can do that. Yeah, I don't think you can... I don't think it works. We'll see what happens. Her eyes had turned a clouded gray-white, like they had rotted and were about to fall out. Her face was stained in disfigurement, as though about to crack. Her disheveled silver hair no longer looked like it had been belonged to a human, let alone a woman. She'd become a mass of seething madness, hatred incarnate, and nothing more. Please don't kill me.
殺さないで殺さないで殺さないで
Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Hotori was pleading for her life. She shook her head, pressing her back further against the wall. Tears overflowed from her eyes. She bit down her lip, her face warped in panic. This wasn't the same Hotori I'd seen until now. It wasn't. The face of this lone girl. A powerless girl who could do nothing but cry for help when confronted with death.
お願いお願い
Please, please.
助けてサトル
Save me, Satoru. She begged through her tears. The lingering echo of that sorrowful voice rebounded against the walls. The tension froze the room. If anyone so much as twitched, the air itself would have shattered. I clenched my fist, waiting for a chance to grab the knife from Utsumi. However, she held it close to her chest. It would be difficult to take it away. What should I do? I had to persuade her somehow. And just as I thought that... DIE! Sorry, I saturated the mic. The cry of Utsumi accelerated forward. In negative. She swung the blade downward. Hotori braced herself. Sumi drew closer, her face like a mask of death. Hotori screamed. I couldn't hear a thing. Her voice didn't reach me. Silence. But Hotori's lips were open so wide I feared they'd split apart. At that moment I... Yeah, okay, so this is like analogous, bad ending minefield that that we encountered in as Kokoro when they were chasing after the helicopter, right? So if you jump onto Utsumi's back, you won't get stabbed, but Hotori could still get stabbed, right? Especially because she's stabbing downward. If you cover Hotori's body with your own body, you would get stabbed. I'm gonna do some, like, sort of, some video game logic of this nature. And that is this. The bad ending is the ending where you die. If Hotori dies, to make that a bad ending, they have to make it so that you, the player character, dies later. All the bad endings are endings where the player character dies. Therefore, you could theoretically avoid all the bad endings by avoiding your own death. So I'm going to actually go jump on Utsumi's back, because that's the least likely to trigger my death, which is least likely to trigger a bad ending.
やめろ!
Stop it. The cry jumped onto Utsumi's back. I pinned her arms together from behind. The force of my tackle slammed both of us into the adjoining wall. We crumpled to the ground. My left arm, which had been injured several days ago, the intense pain ran through it, but I still wouldn't weaken my grip. I clung to her back and somehow managed to hold her down. Let go, let go, let go. She was still thrashing in my arms. The knife was still in her hands. I had to get away from her. The moment after I thought that, she twisted her elbow and cut my fingers off. Well! From my middle finger to my pinky, 3 of the fingers of my right hand were severed and fell to the floor. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do right now. Save. I'm going to save probably where it's just a bad ending, and here's why it's a bad ending. Before I made the wrong choice. My logic wasn't good enough. Yes. He has 5 fingers on this hand. This hand he has at least 3 fingers. If he went from middle to pinky, he would have 1 finger. So because he has all of his fingers in this CG, I presume that this what the path we're on doesn't lead to this CG, meaning I picked the wrong thing. But now I'm gonna go and experience the taking the wrong thing effect experience. I let out a scream and fell, writhing on the floor. A huge amount of blood came gushing out. It practically overflowed, puddling on the floor. Hotori let out a piercing cry. Kneeling in a puddle of blood, I grabbed onto my left hand with my right. 3 of my fingers were gone. My index finger was cut down to the bone, just barely hanging on by a quivering flap of skin.
指が指が指が
My fingers, my fingers, my fingers. Before I knew it, the knife handle was sticking out of my chest. The blade had been pushed into the hilt, leaving only the handle visible. I couldn't breathe. My body was hot, as if I'd been thrown into a furnace. I'm melting, I'm melting, I'm melting. My vision began to melt into nothingness. My consciousness began to fade into nothingness. The gory sounds coming from my body began to rot into nothingness. The agonizing death cry. I tried to pull the knife out of my dominant arm. I couldn't grip onto it. My hand, its fingers gone, only slipped futilely from the handle.
もう仕方ないわね。
Jeez, it can't be helped, can it?
抜いてあげましょうか。
Shall I take it out? With a corkscrew motion of her wrist, Utsumi pulled out the knife as if to scoop my flesh out with it. Fresh blood spurted from my chest. Trying to stop the flow, I pressed my hands against it. My fingers trembled as I tried to hold back the stream
言
of
っ
blood.
たでしょ。
I told you, didn't
誰
I?
にも邪魔させないって。
That I wouldn't let anyone get in my way. Utsumi blocked everything else in front of me. She looked down at me while holding her bloody knife over my
苦
head.
しい。
Is it painful?
苦しいわよね。
It is, isn't
純
it?
一も同じ苦しみを味わったのよ。
Junichi felt the same pain, you know. Maybe from literally the same person, too.
きっとそれ以上だったと思うわ。
No, it must have been much, much
これ
worse.
で分かってくれたでしょ。
You understand now,
犬
right?
伏恵子という女がどれほどひどいことをしたのか。
What a horrible thing the woman called Inabushi Keiko did.
殺してもいいわよね。
It's okay if I kill her, right?
ダメだ
No.
彼女だけは助けてやってくれ
Please spare her. Help
そ
her.
う。残念ね。
Really? Oh, that's too bad.
最後まで共感してもらえなかったなんて。
Even at the very end, you give me no
違
sympathy.
う違うんだ
No, that's not
あ
it.
んたは勘違いしてるだけなんだ
You're just misunderstanding.
勘違い
Misunderstanding.
そうだ
That's right.
あの子は犬伏恵子じゃない
That girl isn't Inabushi Keiko.
ああ、そういうこと。
So that's what you
そ
mean.
の話ならもう聞き飽きたわ。
I'm so sick of hearing that.
DID だから許してやれって言うんでしょ。
You want me to forgive her because she did, right?
心神喪失状態だったんだから。罪には問われないって言いたいんでしょ。
Because she's mentally unstable. She can't be held liable for the crime. Is that what you're trying to
で
say?
もね、そんなこと私には関係ないの。
But you know what? I don't care about that. Not in the slightest.
私はただ、あいつの存在が許せないだけなの。
I can't allow her to live.
だから私は。
So you're
仮
wrong.
にあの子が犬伏だとしても
Even if that girl is
あん
Inabushi,
た間違ってるよ
you are
う
mistaken.
るさい
Shut up.
うるさいうるさいうるさいうるさい
Shut. There's stabbing sounds. It just keeps going. Is this an infinite loop of stabbing? It just keeps going. Okay, shut up times 4.
あいつは殺されて当然なんだ。
It's only right if she dies
死
too.
ぬべきなんだ。
She should just
死
die.
ぬべきなんだ。
She should just die.
死ぬべきなんだ。
She should just die.
おいえ。
Say it.
死ぬべきなんだって言え。
Say she should just
言
die.
いなさい。
Say it.
言いなさいよ。
Say it
言
now.
えって言ってんでしょ。
I thought I told you to say it. Again and again, Tsumi thrust the knife into my chest. I couldn't feel pain anymore. I couldn't think of it as my own body, that I was the one being stabbed. Just a decrepit old doll stuffed with straw falling apart. All I could feel was the chill of the knife as it passed through me again and again and again. Please, Otori, run away. Take this chance. Hurry. I slowly shut my eyes, and my consciousness was immediately sucked away. Like a fog, it shattered, and before long, the world vanished. The last thing to reach my ears was the sound of Otori singing the Kagome song to herself.
かごめかごめ。
Yeah, I'll save my mess up. Okay. Okay, now don't load Revenger, load Insertion. And then, go. Oh, if you do a bad ending, it doesn't... Oh, yeah. Numpad Plus? Okay. Same thing as before. Really to change that. Okay, talk to Uni. Nope, we have to read the note first. Come up with our theory about Kaiko or Hotori. Okay, try the other choice.
待て
Wait! The short yellow jumped toward Hotori. A scorching pain invaded my back. It ran a diagonal line from my shoulder down to my hip. I wondered if my body was being split in two, but I was still alive. I was breathing, I could hear my pulse. I covered Utsumi's small body with my own, protecting it from Utsumi.
どいて。どきなさい。
Move, get out of the way. I quickly turned, my knees still on the floor. I spread my arms, shielding Hotori. She huddled behind me, her entire body racked with convulsions.
どいてって言ってんの。
I'm telling you to move.
聞こえないの。
Don't you hear me? Utsumi's eyes were dazed, unfocused. She was speaking to the thin air around her. A turbid thread of spittle dribbled out of the side of her mouth and down her cheek. A pattern of dark purple blotches marred her face, but something even more venomous was beginning to show itself beneath them. It was no longer a human face. Her face was breaking down, metamorphosing into something so hideous I couldn't look at her straight
ど
on.
うして彼女をかばうの。
Why are you protecting her?
そんな女に命をかけるだけの値打ちがあるっていうの。
Are you saying there's some value in risking your life for that woman?
ああ、あるさ。
Yes, there is. I answered harshly, staring straight at her. I wasn't wrong. I didn't know if I was right, but at the very least I knew I wasn't mistaken. Yes, it was just as Utsumi said. I wanted to protect her, even at the cost of my own life. I wanted to save this one girl.
あなた何も分かってないのね。
You don't understand a thing, do you? Okay, this is like the truth. But we know from the bad ending she doesn't want to hear this. I'm gonna say this one.
分かってるよ。
I understand.
犬伏を殺したい気持ちなら痛いほどよくわかる。
I understand why you want to kill in a bush. I understand so much it hurts.
上辺だけの同情なんてやめて。
Enough with your fake sympathy.
そうじゃない。
That's not
息
it.
子を殺されたあんたが怨念を抱くのは当然だと思ってるよ。
It's perfectly natural for you to hold a grudge. Your son was killed.
でもな。
But,
でも何よ。
but what?
そんなことしてどうなるって言うんだ。
What do you expect to happen if you do this?
純一君が喜ぶとでも思ってるのか。
Do you think it would make Junichi-kun happy? Junichi-kun happy?
ええ、
Yes,
当然じゃない。
obviously. Utsumi answered indifferently. I was speechless.
だからそこをどいて。
So move out of the way. Having lost my words, I feebly shook my head.
じゃあ死んでもらうしかないわね。
Well then, I'd have to kill you, won't I? Utsumi raised the knife once again. I immediately dived for her feet. She fell. I straddled her, trying to hold her down.
離せ。
Your fingers get cut off again, right? She struggled beneath me. The knife was still clutched in her hands. I had to get away from her. The moment after I thought that... Right. Well, let me skip that. Something different, I'll keep hitting it.
Ah! 指が。
Made the wrong choice again.
も
Same.
う仕方ないわね。
I believe it's gonna be the same. Yeah. It may not have been exactly the same, but... Oops. Yes. Okay, so it's Karotori's body. Wow, it keeps... Now we have this one.
分かってないのはあんたの方だ。
You're the one who doesn't
こ
understand.
の子は純一君を殺した犯人じゃない。
This girl isn't the one who killed Junichi-kun.
犬伏恵子じゃないんだよ。
She isn't Inabushi Keiko.
そんな話聞き飽きたわ。
I'm so sick of hearing that.
DID だから許してやれって言うんでしょ。
You want me to forgive her because she has did it right?
あの時その女は心神喪失状態にあったから。
Because she was mentally unstable at the
だ
time?
から罪には問われないってそう言いたいんでしょ。
She can't be liable for the crime, is that what you're trying to say?
でもね、そんなこと私には関係ないの。
Do you know what? I don't care about that, not in the slightest.
私はただその女の存在が許せないだけなの。
I can't allow her to live.
だからそれが誤解なんだよ。
I'm telling you, you don't
こい
understand.
つの名前は鈴影ほとり、
Her name is Suzukaje Hotori,
18便の搭乗者のうちの一人なんだ。
one of the passengers who boarded Flight 18. She squinted until her eyes were thin slits. It was like she was trying to see me better.
あなた何言ってるの？
What are you saying?
説明する。全部説明してやるよ。
Oh, so you just... I'll explain it all.
でもその前に刃物を置いてくれ。
But before that, could you please put the knife down? Itsumi lowered her head as if pondering something. But she raised it again right away.
できないわ。
I can't do
こ
that.
こまで来た以上後戻りはできない。
After coming this far, I can't go back.
内海さん、
Itsumi-san,
やめて。もう何も聞きたくない。
stop it. I don't want to hear anymore.
あなたを殺し、その女も殺して、私も死ぬのよ。
I'll kill you, that woman, and then myself.
ごめんなさい、ユキド君。
I'm sorry, Yukido-kun.
さよなら。
Goodbye. Itsumi once again raised the knife. Well, we don't want to die for her feet, because we know that leads to a bad ending, so we say resolve myself. I resolve myself. I covered Otori's body with my own. I shut my eyes. I gritted my teeth and tensed my back, bracing myself for the moment to come. But nothing happened. A stinging pain still penetrated my back, but aside from that, I was untouched. I timidly opened my eyes. I turned around. Itsumi wasn't looking in our direction.
11。
Junichi. She murmured softly. Following her gaze, I saw the figure of a boy beyond the fallen shelves. It was Uni.
11。どうしてこんなところに。
Junichi, why are you here? With a stern expression on his face, Uni climbed over the shelves towards us. He was staring straight at Utsumi's arm. A knife covered in blood was still suspended from it.
そんなことしちゃダメだよ。
You can't do this. Uni calmly told her. His tone was gentle,
もし
soothing.
かしたらサトルがまた何かしちゃったのかもしれないけど、
I don't know what Satoru
で
did,
もそんなことしちゃダメなんだ。
but you can't do something like this.
サトルだって
Satoru?
サトルだって本当は
Satoru really
悪い人じゃないんだから。
isn't a bad person.
11。
He says, but Junichi. Itsumi had said it. Junichi. Had she lost her sanity during the rampage and now saw a phantom before her? She was seeing the image of her dead son imposed over Uni.
だからそんなこともうやめよう。
Okay, will you stop now?
でも11はそれでいいの？
But Junichi, are you really fine with that? Uni's expression turned dubious, unsure what to do about being called Junichi. His eyes flickered in my direction. I silently nodded.
それでいい。
Yeah, I am. He undoubtedly understood the situation as he answered without correcting her.
許せるの？
Are you forgiving her?
あんなひどいことをされたっていうのに許してしまっていいの？
Even though what she did to you was so cruel, is it all right to forgive
いい
her?
んだ。も
It's fine
う
now.
それよりも
More than that,
それよりも僕はカーリーがそんな風に変わっちゃったことの方が悲しい。
more than that, I'm sad at how much you've changed, Callie.
いつも優しくて穏やかで
Always kind and calm.
僕のこと慰めてくれて心配してくれて
Always soothing me, worrying about me. I guess it was like the analogous thing to, Kokoro acting like Satoru talking to Lin.
僕そんなカーリーのことが好きだったんだ。
I love that side of you, Callie.
僕にはお母さんが
I
い
don't
ない
have
か
a
ら
I don't have a mother, so
だからカーリーのことをお母さんみたいに思ってて
that's why I thought of you as my mother, Callie. His voice slowly choked up with tears. Utsumi was immobile, awash with the reverberations of his voice.
でも今のカーリーは全然そういうんじゃなくて
But the Callie in front of me now isn't like that at all.
怖い女の人になっちゃってて
You've turned into someone scary.
嫌なんだよ
I hate it.
そんなカーリーのこと見たくなかったのに
Callie, I don't want to see you like this. Utsumi's thin back began to tremble. Human warmth returned to her face. A single tear fell from her red eyes.
ねえもう前のカーリーには戻ってくれないの
Won't you go back to the old Callie?
僕のこと抱きしめてくれないの
Won't you hold me again?
僕のお母さんは
My
お
mom's...
母さんはやっぱりいなくなっちゃったんだね
My mom's disappeared after all, hasn't she?
純一
Junichi? The knife fell from Utsumi's hand. So I know that Yui has no mom. That's interesting. Or his mom disappeared. She rushed over to him and took his small body in her
純
arms.
一純一ごめんね
You could argue that maybe his mom is a named character, but Lynn isn't old enough to possibly be his mom, right?
ごめんなさい
I'm so sorry.
あなたがいなくなってお母さん耐えられなかったの
Mommy couldn't bear it after you died.
どうしてもあなたのことが忘れられなくて
I just couldn't forget about you.
許して純一
Forgive me, Junichi.
お母さんのこと許して
Forgive your mother. Utsumi's tears fell without end. I drew Hitori close to and embraced
もう
her.
大丈夫だ
It's okay
全
now.
ては終わった
It's all over, I said in a whisper. Hitori had her face pressed against my chest, crying loudly. The sound of their sobbing resonated together, echoing in the silent air. Old wise woman. It took a while for Utsumi to regain her composure. Present time, 1:36 p.m. We walked together until it entered the clear winter sky. After days of fine winter, the fallen snow had hardened. I walked ahead of her, trampling down the snow first so she could have an easier time walking through it. She followed me in silence. Once we reached the top of the hill, we stopped for a rest. The sky was perfectly clear, a never-ending mantle of blue. I brought her along because I wanted to show her the sky's radiance. Okay, this is going to be a long conversation that probably is going to end on us revealing the plot to her. So I'm going to have to do something before I go into it. So there'll be a pause here. And I'm finally back. Although for you that was an instant. For me that was a long time. Utsumi sat down in the snow and hung her head. I stood next to her and idly kicked at the snow. It didn't scatter like fresh powder. It broke into countless fragments in the air and sprinkled back down onto the hill. The pain on my back had greatly diminished. Hotori had treated me. The wound wasn't particularly deep, and I hadn't needed stitches. The one who'd inflicted that injury was Utsumi, the one right next to me. But I didn't resent her for that. I wasn't expecting an apology either. There was only one thing I wished from her, that she return to her former self. That alone. My wish was exactly the same as what Uni had said in the storeroom. A gentle, kind Utsumi, full of maternal affection. Before I knew it, I'd become fascinated with that Utsumi. That's why I wanted her to return to the way she'd been before.
私入院してたの
I was hospitalized. Before I even opened my mouth, she began to speak of her own accord.
なんで入院してたのかは言わなくてもわかるわよね
As to why, I don't really need to tell you, do I? I didn't answer. Well, it's because she went insane. Still gazing up at the blue sky, I silently listened to her story.
純一の死
Junichi's death.
それだけでも耐えられないことだったのに
And for some reason, they decided it was a good idea to put her in the same hospital, quote unquote, as the person who killed her. Or killed him. And if that wasn't enough,
去年の1月彼までもがこの世を去ってしまって
last year in January, he left this world, too. That being Yomogi.
よもぎさんのことか。
Yomogi-san, you mean?
そう、
Yes, that's right.
その時にはすでに私の中には赤
I
ちゃ
was
んがいたの。
I was already pregnant by then.
純一のことはどんなことがあっても決して忘れられないけれど、
We'll never forget about Junichi, no matter what.
でも
But,
新しく宿ったその命は私と彼にとって希望だった。
that new life inside me, for both me and for him, meant hope.
純一が私たちのことを気遣って赤ん坊を授けてくれたんじゃないかって、そんな気もしたわ。
Junichi had worried about us and granted us a new baby. That's what we felt.
お腹の中にいる時から私は子供たちを愛した。
Even before the first embryonic traces began to form, we loved them so much. Interesting use of then there. Is it the writers did decide in the Japanese the gender of the baby?
深く深く
Deeply, deeply. Reference to the opening song, although that was about sleeping deeply, but you know.
全てを捧げてもいいとさえ思った。
I believed I could sacrifice anything for them.
それほどまでに二つの命は尊い存在だったの。
Wait, there were twins? It's always twins! Every single game, there's always twins! Not everyone, but like, Kotaro Uchikoshi likes twins.
二人の赤ちゃんは私たちにとってかけがえのない希望だった。
The two babies, to us, were an invaluable hope.
2人？
Two? I was interrupting her, but I had to ask. I instinctively looked
そう
down.
よ、二人。
That's right, two.
まだ教えてなかったかしら。
Oh, maybe I haven't told you.
つまり双子ってことだよな。
You mean twins?
ええ、二卵性のね。
Yes, fraternal twins. They're always fraternal. Well, we don't know. Maybe, there's I don't want to spoil this game. There is a character from a game who had twins that may not have been fraternal. But usually it is fraternal, yes.
男の子と女の子なの。
A boy and a girl.
じゃああの写真に写ってたのは。
But in the photos,
そのうちのどちらかよ。
it was one of them.
2枚目にも3枚目にも4枚目にも同じような赤ちゃんが写ってたでしょ。
No matter which photo you look at, it was always a similar looking baby, wasn't it? I see. I've been under the impression that those 4 photos all depicted the same baby, but that wasn't the case. Separate photos of either the boy or the girl.
そうか。去年の8月に生まれたのは二卵性の双子だったのか。
I get it. So it was those fraternal twins that were born last August.
何か気になることでも？
Is something bothering you? Vaguely?
いや、
No. The origin of August, which is still bugging
ご
me.
めん。続けてくれ。
Sorry, please go on. I invited her to continue, but her lips didn't move. I mean, the babies wouldn't be very old by now. That's the thing. So it's like, you think, oh, these are named characters, but they're too young. We have to really stretch the time travel to make them named characters. Looking at her eyes, she seemed engrossed in thought. And the game keeps talking like they're dead. Was it because I had unnecessarily interrupted her? She'd shut herself away in her own world. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't find the words. I would presume they're not dead. They're just like... They're not... She might have had them taken away from her by the government or something. Can only wait for her to start again. And before long... But you see,
死んでしまったのよ。
he died. Her next sentence was delivered in a voice heavy with grief. Oh, well, that settles that then. What about the she?
結局二人の赤ん坊を見ることもなく、彼は純一のところに行ってしまった。
Oh, so Yomogi. Okay, not the baby. Oh, okay. And not the male baby. In the end, before he got to see those 2 babies, he followed after Junichi.
置き去りにされたと思ったわ。
I felt like I had been left behind.
悲しさとか寂しさとか 痛みとか
The sorrow, the loneliness, and the pain.
そんな言葉ではとても言い表せないほどの絶望感を覚えた。
I tasted despair those words can't even describe. I remember like when at the start of the game when Utsumi says, "What are you scheming?" to Satoru because Satoru was possessed by the soul of Kokoro, claiming to be Kokoro. It's like, oh dear. Is she like Tsugumi or something? Especially considering that she's been referred to as the Virgin Mary and the Great Mother. And she just used a phrase that Tsugumi would use. We're getting more like Tsugumi copying going on here. Not exactly, right? It's a variation. Like, her husband died not before they got married. He died after they'd been married for many years. And she had a previous baby that was murdered. It's like not the same story. But there's similar language being used.
そして私は呪ったの。
So I cursed God, which I don't know how that's written in Japanese, because I don't know if that's a common expression in Japanese.
神と神の定めた運命を
Hamito? Interesting. God and the fate he'd laid out for us. It was inevitable I'd make her heart sick. Junichi-kun murdered. And over the next 2 years, little by little, that horrible memory began to fade. All around the same time, 2 little lives were growing in her belly. She finally found a ray of hope, but it hadn't lasted. Yomogi died, caught in an avalanche. After that, Utsumi became a seething mass of hatred. And the originator of all her unhappiness was Inabushi Keiko. Utsumi swore revenge on Inabushi, and at the same time had sucked down into a whirlpool of malice. She lost the ability to make the right choices.
狭い個室にね、一人きりで閉じ込められていたの。
It was a tiny little private room, you know. I was locked up alone. A padded room.
とても深くて寂しい場所だった。
It was a creepy, lonely place.
地下にあったのよ。
Underground.
北海道檜羽郡萌木村蛍火。
In Mogi village in the Hiwa district of Hokkaido. Hotarubi.
蛍火という場所の地下に。
A place underground called Hotarubi.
退院できたのは去年の7月16日。
I was discharged from the hospital on July 16th last year.
2人の赤ちゃんを産んだのはそれから1月後のことだった。
She makes it sound like she had to go to the mental institution after Yomogi died, but Yomogi made it sound like she did before. I gave birth to the twins a month later.
明日その2人の赤ちゃんが来ることになってるの。
My babies were going to be brought here
こ
tomorrow
の島に。
to this island. I guess the thought of her babies had overwhelmed her emotionally. She suddenly began to cry. Her tears carved tiny circles in the white snow where they fell. Great big drops ran endlessly down her cheeks.
あの子たちに
The children.
早くあの子たちに
I want to see them.
会いたい。会いたい。
Okay, I want to see them. I want to see them. In the rays of sunshine that shone down upon us, her figure glimmered with a divine light. A white veil surrounding her. A pure, spotless white. The color of nothing, the color of beginnings. Perhaps she was already being born anew in this world. That's certainly what the scene before me looked like. Utsumi was a mother, just a mother wishing for the happiness of her 3 children. I knelt beside her and took her hand. She buried her face in my shoulder.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry, she muttered.
と私嘘をついてたの。
And I lied to you.
私は精神科の医師なんかじゃなかったの。
I am not a psychiatrist. But I didn't care about that anymore.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. She's a patient, right? Now, what makes this worse is Inabushi Keiko was in that mental hospital for several months. We don't know when Utsumi got here, but we presume it's been, like, after she gave birth, maybe very soon after that, she was sent to Sphia. Well, that was several months she was in Sphia. Inabushi Kaiko was also there. And this wasn't the Inabushi Kaiko, this is not Hotori in Inabushi Kaiko's body. This was the real deal Inabushi Kaiko. The real, like, violent, crazy one. Which kind of raises the question of what that body's been through. Living with Utsumi all that time. And there was no one, and Satoru was also there. I guess he was staff. So, but we don't know how, like, to what extent Satoru was able to protect Utsumi. I mean, not Utsumi, Inabushi. You know, the body of the black-haired girl. Research. Not even a month had passed since the winter solstice. The sunset came early to Asogi Island. The perfectly clear winter sky was dyed in a myriad gradation of red from west to east. A bewitchingly clear sunset. For 4 days straight, Asogi Island had been blessed with fine weather. But at Mount Agakura, the snowstorm still raged. According to the magazine article, the weather won't improve until dawn on the 17th. Then, at 6:53 a.m. on the same day, an avalanche will occur at location X. Present time, 4:15 p.m. That time grew nearer every moment, but there was nothing I could do now. The union of the shelter cabin had clearly stated that the next transfer would occur tomorrow at 4:48 a.m. If I chose to believe him, that meant I had just over 12 hours. In order to rescue the 4 shelter cabin refugees, a space-time transfer is essential. The only thing I could do was wait. I went back inside. Even now, I couldn't get accustomed to seeing the destroyed state of the living area. But I didn't feel the slightest desire to tidy it up either. Okay, there's a flip table. I sat down on the ripped-up couch and started thinking about matters at Sphia. After her confession on the hill, Utsumi had quietly returned to her room. She'd taken a sedative and was now sound asleep. Yuni was there too, watching over her. Hotori had locked herself in her room and wasn't coming out. She was holding onto the knife that Utsumi had with her, I guess for self-defense. I won't put it down for a moment. I doubted Utsumi had any desire to kill her anymore. And although I had insisted upon that fact to Hotori, I was unable to soothe her. She'd already been close to death once. I suppose a reaction like this was unavoidable. But you need to have a long conversation with her, though. It's all well and good that Utsumi's given up on trying to kill her, but things between the 4 of us here were still very awkward. The hearts of everyone at Sphia, mine included, had darkened. We'd misunderstood one another and began to see suspicions goings on around every corner. Yes, misunderstood. This is all one big misunderstanding. I'm not the one who killed Inamoto, and Hotori wasn't the one who took Junichi's life. Consequently, Yuni had no reason to fear me, and Utsumi's hatred of Hotori had never been anything more than a horrible mistake from the start. So if I tell them what I know, the truth about the space-time transfer, would I be able to open the path to reconciliation? But still, no matter how I insisted, I don't think they'd believe me at all. And, on the off chance that they'd actually did believe me, the 3 of them might stop being so paranoid, but I just couldn't get past my lingering distrust. Because someone is definitely after my life, and the culprit is unrelated to the space-time transfer. No! No, that is. Sorry. The 2 women still haven't escaped from my suspicion. Of course, I trust Utsumi now, but I have no idea what she thought of me before this morning. I would say it's a bad idea, but they probably just want to sweep that under the rug right now, because the plot has bigger fish to fry at this point. Suzukaje Hotori. Hotori's consciousness isn't Inabushi Keiko. She merely happened to be in the ill-fated flight HAL 18, and by what you could call the whims of fate, she was unfortunately caught up in the transference phenomenon, which saved her life in a way. In that regard, she's just another unlucky victim in this chain of strife. Of course, there's never been blood on her hands before now, I'd wager. Hotori's consciousness, so far as I can say, is innocent. However, while that may be true, I can't state definitively that she's not the one behind the attempted murders. Her aberrant speech and conduct up to this point have given rise to plenty of suspicion. I don't know what her motives are, but I can't shake these lingering doubts that she might be capable of it after all. Well, you could say that she got swapped into someone else's body and is stuck in there. And that's kind of unnerving, but her behavior isn't exactly reminiscent of someone who experienced that, right? She's going crazy in different ways. Itsumi Kali. Itsumi tried to kill Hotori, not me. But what if, at the time she was putting her plan into practice, she felt I was in the way? Wouldn't the thought of getting rid of all possible obstacles have crossed her mind? I didn't want to suspect her, but I can't deny the possibility that she's the culprit. Kusuda Uni. Regarding Uni, I guess I can rule him out. I don't need to explain why. I believe in him, that's enough. Even if I went out of my way to find a reason to suspect him, he has no motive, and he's even got an alibi for the incident at the clock tower. You said you don't have to explain why, then proceeded to explain things. I'm sure it's impossible for the culprit to be Uni. Lastly, Inamoto Naoya. The clock tower, the bathtub to my left arm, it's possible for Inamoto to be responsible for all those. But there's no one thing that he couldn't possibly have done. The situation with the DMT and MAO inhibitor. My body drank that liquid yesterday morning after Inamoto's death. Therefore, in this case, there's no way he could have had a part in it. Even if he was the one who went after me the first 3 times, the riddle of the DMT and MAO inhibitor remains unsolved.
Yeah.
No, wait, and there's a 4th person he's gonna talk about, and that's Kokoro. Suddenly I remembered what I'd heard Hotori say yesterday.
あの薬を飲んだのはあなた自身なんだよ。
Right, this is where he's gonna suspect Kokoro of being the person trying to kill him. You threw yourself off the clock tower. That wasn't during a swap though. The clock tower thing wasn't a swap. You tried to drown me in the bathtub after putting sleeping pills in me. You stabbed me, right? And the person who took them is you yourself. That's right, that's it. There are more than these 5 people at Sphere. Fuyukawa Kokoro. She too can be considered one of the people at Sphere. There are limits to the time she can spend here, but it's undeniable that her consciousness took control of my body. Who killed Inamoto Naoya? Fuyukawa Kokoro. Who destroyed the living area? Fuyukawa Kokoro again. Who drank the DMT and MAO inhibitor? According to Hotori, Kokoro. Who received the sleeping pills called Zagtumen from Itsumi? Kokoro, of course. And then who wounded my left arm? I don't know. Hotori proposed self-mutilation as a cause, but finally who pushed me off the clock tower? No, it's not Kokoro. Did she jump off herself? No, that's impossible. Because the transfer phenomenon hadn't even happened yet. Besides, I saw a shadow up on the clock tower. And that same shadow stabbed me in the arm, too. I saw someone clutching a knife in the dark. Right.
Waかんねえ
I don't get it. It's true, you do not get it.
結局誰なんだよ俺を殺そうとしてたのは
Who the hell is it that's trying to kill me? I writhed and tore at my hair. Some kind of clue. I sat still for a while, surveying the ruined living area. Again, it's the obvious answer made strange by the circumstance, but it's actually the obvious answer. It's Inabushi Kaiko, right? The murderer herself is trying to murder you. That's what I'm going with right now. That's what I think is the answer. The ghost of Inabushi Kaiko. The sofa had been ripped to shreds, its stuffing exposed like entrails. The table had been flipped over, the chairs broken, and the computer monitor knocked to the floor. The glass divider between the living area and the dining area had been shattered into tiny pieces.
Huh?
Huh? In an instant, a spark ignited in my head.
そうだ
Is he gonna get it? That's right.
どうしてこんな簡単なことに気づかなかったんだ
How can I overlook something so simple? Backlog. The sofa had been ripped to shreds, a stuffing exposed like entrails. That expression, that like entrails, was a very intentional writing, right? So simple. He's gonna say it. In a bush, I ran. I ran past the living area and jumped into the dining area. Without hesitation, I rushed down the stairs, nearly falling over several times. The basement storeroom. There's a south-facing door on the wall down there. A door leading to that small, dimly lit room where Inamoto lived. That door was still open. And into the small room, enclosed by darkness, I stepped forward as though something was leading me there. Wait. Is it gonna be different than... Is there gonna have something more substantial here than I'm thinking? The row of monitors radiated a pale light. I sank into... Because if it's the ghost of Kaiko, it's kind of lame. So this might be more science fiction-y explainable. I sank into the armchair before the panel and crossed my legs atop the console. There was an image paused on the computer's display. The final shot of my body's rampage to the living area on the night of the 15th. The other monitors displayed the current goings-on in each of the other rooms. Oh... What? They're not gonna... They're not gonna bring Unichi back to life, are they? The other three were all in their bedrooms. Utsumi was sitting on a chair, gazing at the photos of her babies. Uni was sleeping in his bed. Satoru was crouching in a corner of the room, silently gazing at the floor. All three of them seemed perfectly fine. I returned my gaze to the display before me. Back to the paused footage. I closed the playback screen and opened the pull-down menu. A list of files stored in the database appeared. Among them were the records of every single event that occurred in Sphere from January 11th to January 16th, 2012. Information cut-up. That's right, if I was here for one reason and one reason only, to check the video data. Just what had happened at Sphere while my consciousness was away from my body. If I looked through all the footage, I discovered the answer right away. That's what I thought. I began to pore over the vast amount of data. Oh, so you did not think of the answer. You just thought of a way to check for the answer. Although, with that said, I'd never catch up if I played it back in real time. The total length of the footage I had to watch was approximately 100 hours. I couldn't help but fast forward through everything that didn't interest me. And eventually my analysis caught up to where I was right now. 10 hours had passed since I'd settled into this chair. I had a throbbing ache just behind my eyes from staring at low-resolution footage for such a long time. I let a big sigh and rubbed my inner corners of my eyes with my fingers. Present time 2:37 a.m. The date had changed to January 17th. What was Fuyukawa consciousness doing while in my body? How did the other three act while I wasn't here? Wasn't there? It'd be fine if I clarified its mysteries to some extent. But there were still many things I didn't know. Over 2 hours remained until the next transfer. I extracted the most important scenes and replayed the footage once again. Wednesday, January 11th. Time 4:15 a.m. Location in my room. Utsumi entered pulling my snow-covered body inside. For some reason, snow-covered is in parentheses. Might have something to do with the Japanese or something. She removed my coat, which was soaked through and clinging to me. With a bath towel she brought from somewhere, she kindly wiped down my hair and face. She then dragged my body, still unconscious, to the bed and laid it down. She took my pulse, checking my pupils, and placed her palm against my brow to check for fever. She covered me with a blanket, then Utsumi left the room. For a while after that, my body continued sleeping without the slightest tremor. Time, 8:02 p.m. My room. My room's window began to shake violently as though hit by a sudden squall. The tremors began to settle. At the same time, the body lying on the bed got up. Its face was warped in agony. Utsumi appeared in the room again and gently coaxed the body back into bed. The two of them were having a conversation about something. The recording had no sound. Thus I didn't know what they were talking about. It went without saying that the only other person there besides Utsumi was me. The body that looked like me, but I don't remember talking to Utsumi like this, which meant that Kokuro's consciousness had entered my body. This is how the first transfer occurred. The time was 8:02 p.m. Sphere had jumped to the Mount Akakura of January 11th, 2011. In exchange, a circle with a radius of 110 meters with the shelter cabin at its core arrived at the Asogi Island of 2012. At that moment, my consciousness, which remained in Asogi Island, had entered Kokuro's body. Therefore, this footage showed Sphia after it jumped to Mount Akakura of 2011. That was probably why the window shook just before the transfer. The atmospheric pressure inside Sphia was high, while Mount Akakura's was much lower, so the window was hit by air pressure on both sides. Eventually, the air managed to escape from the institution through a crack somewhere, and the interior equalized with the external pressure. By the way, there was one other thing that bothered me. If my correct reasoning regarding the atmospheric pressure was correct, then how could I have overlooked something that big before? Even if my consciousness was always at Asogi Island. When I transferred into Kokuro's body or returned to my own, I should have noticed pain in my ears, or heard the sound of the draft caused by the escaping air. But I don't remember feeling something that out of place even once. Why is that? Was it because I never paid any attention to such a trivial change in the chaos that followed the transfer? Something was strange. I suddenly felt a sense of discontent. But it was on the video, though. All kinds of thoughts swirled through my head. Like that I disinterestedly kept viewing the footage. My body, Kokoro, left the room. It met Hotori in the dining area and then discovered Uni in a supposedly empty room. My body resumed a mirror from Uni. It looked in the mirror and then began muttering something. It opened its mouth wide while tossing its head wildly as if screaming. My body began to get angry, building into a rage. Utsumi appeared into the room with a sedative which she injected into me. My body crumpled on the spot. An immobile container made out of flesh. Uni and Utsumi carried it to my room. Time 9:08 p.m. Location, my room. My body began to stir as it lay on the bed. It got to its feet and stood in the middle of the room, looking around. It began to grope at its body. An expression of relief crossed its face. That's me. The image shown there was me in both body and consciousness. The second transfer, the time was 9:08 p.m. That was about to happen after this was already being carved into my memory. Conversation with Uni Otori running down the basement storeroom, me running after her. Everything was recorded there just as I remembered it. There's no need to confirm what I already knew. I fast-forwarded through the footage and went on to the next scene. Time, 10:24 p.m. Location, dining area. 3 cups slipped out of my fingers. They shattered. Sound must have surprised it as my body twitched. It gazed obliviously at the fragments strewn across the floor. Utsumi came up behind me. I turned around. No, that wasn't me. That was Fuyuka Kokoro in my form. I had no memory of this encounter, so it had to be her. 10:24 p.m. The third transfer occurred. Afterward, my body, Kokoro, exchanged a few words with Utsumi and Uni before heading to its own bathroom. There weren't any cameras in there. It was a bathroom after all. I don't know what happened inside. There weren't any especially important scenes around here, so I jumped ahead. Well, I didn't have the time to inspect everything. However, I couldn't overlook the scene that happened next. 10:45 p.m. Hotori's room. My body received the pills from Utsumi. Hotori was on the bed, looking tired. Uni suddenly appeared before the camera. After exchanging a few words, my body held Uni close and left the room with him. 10:24 p.m. 10:48 p.m. Location, my room. My body took the pills, then went into the bathroom. Finally, I was entranced by the display, completely absorbed. Within the footage on screen, I disappeared from view. Afterward, there was just the empty room. Time 11:19 p.m. Right, no one walked in. My room. Someone's back appeared at the edge of the frame. It was Hotori. Okay, so it was Hotori who came in. She came into the room and suddenly began to act very odd. She ran but fell down after only 2 or 3 steps, and once she righted herself, she took only a few more before falling over backward. After repeating this several times, she planted herself on the floor. Her eyes were trained on the refrigerator. She suddenly clapped her hands together and laughed. And she stood up, peeled the blanket off the bed, and started swinging it around wildly. But her foot got caught and she fell down again. The momentum caused the blanket to carry her to the floor with it, where it fell and covered her face. Then, struggling underneath it for a bit, she threw it off to the side. Then she finally turned toward the camera. She was wearing a vacant expression. Her eyes darted around the room. Then she opened her mouth as wide as it would go while curling her hands into fists. Just like that, she went limp and fell onto the bed. This was the second time I'd seen this footage, and it still left me speechless. What exactly was she trying to do? Her strange movement continued for another 11 minutes. Time 11:30 p.m. Let me look at the backlog of that. Huh. I don't have any ideas myself. Time 11:30 p.m. Location, my room. Otori's back arched. Suddenly, she collapsed on the floor and her whole body went rigid. For several seconds, she lay there completely still, her back still curved. Then, just as quickly, she suddenly sat bolt upright. Clambering across the room, she began crawling, heading for a corner. She pressed her back flat against the wall, arms outstretched, then crouched and wrapped them around her knees. She looked around the room with a frightened expression on her face. I could see her fingers trembling. Deep wrinkles etched themselves into her brow, and her eyes restlessly scanned the room. 3 minutes later, Otori timidly stood up and rushed for the door. She fled the room. And for a while after that, all the camera recorded was an empty room. 11:37 p.m. My room. Eventually, my body came out through the bathroom door, walking unsteadily. My entire body was dripping wet. Feeling along the wall to support itself, it shambled forward, leaving puddles of water behind with every footstep. I remember taking those unsteady steps. After taking the Zegtimin, my control over my own body had weakened. That meant that at this moment, the display was showing the real me. The timing of the transfer is most likely the same as Satori's. So 11:30 p.m. Hotori's transfer? Okay, so interpret that as Hotori's transfer. Interesting. This was the fourth transfer. 2 round trips had occurred. The me in the recording was exhausted, and with the last of my strength, I somehow made it to the bed. I passed out, my eyes snapped shut. After that, I slept until 6:30 the next morning. The end of the video dated for the 11th. There was a number of things there that interested me, but for now I let them be. I could organize my thoughts on that later. Continue with the files from the 12th. January 12th, Thursday. The most important event occurred on this day was, of course, my arm being stabbed. I concentrated, narrowing my focus, and pressed fast forward. 5:30 p.m., my room. The camera had captured Utsumi's image, the window trembling in the strong wind. Utsumi was holding onto my arm. She began conversing with my body. Unease stole over Utsumi's face, and then at that moment, white noise instead began to fill the screen, and the footage of the room began to waver. The wavering increased further until I could no longer make out anything on the screen. The image warped, the picture blurred. I rewound and played the scene back in slow motion and saw my body and Utsumi holding each other, crouched on the floor. The earthquake. Now that I thought about it, Kokoro had written a message like that to me. But you weren't in your room at the time. An earthquake occurred in Svea. Because of that, the breaker was tripped and a blackout occurred. It's fixed now, though. Just like her message, the screen suddenly went pitch black. It wasn't just the lights either. A complete blackout. And that's why you couldn't see it happen. The file itself was empty with nothing recorded in it. The cameras had probably stopped working because of the power failure. A sequence of utter darkness that could hardly be called footage continued for several minutes. But it wouldn't have added the darkness, though. Eventually, the grainy particles on screen began to fire across the display, and if washed down, the image on the screen became completely clear. The post-blackout Svea appeared on screen. 7:10 p.m. My room. The lights returned and my body squinted. Blood was gushing from its left arm. Utsumi was there as well. She took one look at my bleeding arm and fell into obvious dismay. That might go without saying, but to me, there at that moment wasn't me. That one moving my body was Fuyukawa Kokoro's consciousness even during the earthquake. Although, with that said, it wasn't as if the images from before and those appearing right now were continuous. I'd seen a shadowy figure in the darkness of the blackout, a knife grasped in his right hand. Going by this, between 5:30 and 7:10, Kokoro and I had switched places with each other twice, one round trip. That reminds me, at what time was my left arm injured anyway? By the time my consciousness returned to Svea, my arm already bore a deep wound. In other words, the one in control of my body when I was stabbed wasn't me, but Kokoro. Keeping this in mind, I would mean that the attack took place after the power failure, but before the next transfer occurred. However, the blackout had prevented that crucial scene from being recorded. It was the same no matter how many times I tried playing it back. Nothing jumped out at me from the recording. I gave up and closed the files for the 12th. Finally, January 13th, I recall that things were relatively calm on that day. And by relatively, I mean compared to the other days. My body didn't experience any threats to its life, nor did it in any way attack anyone else. Therefore, there wasn't any need to double-check the files on the 13th. I skipped over that day and moved to the 14th. Then January 14th, Saturday. That was the day I met Inamoto Naoya. I listened to him talk about the space-time transfer, and then he nearly killed me. However, I transferred again, the moment before it happened, and once I returned, it was Inamoto who lay dead, not me. As that occurred prior to that moment was very important. Just what happened down in the basement storeroom. That was the only thing that bothered me. I extracted the scene of my struggle with Inamoto and played it back. 6:11 p.m. Location basement storeroom. Darkness, a black screen. But unlike the earthquake several days ago, this time the data itself had been properly recorded. The emergency lights illuminated the area. Within the dimness on screen, I saw human shadows writhe. But because of that, I couldn't tell what was happening. I raised the brightness of the footage and increased the color saturation tone at the same time, which raised the contrast considerably. That did it. The contours of the objects on the screen became fantastically clear. Only the surfaces of the light managed to hit stood out, but I had no trouble distinguishing the human figures in the image. The display showed Inamoto and me grappling with each other hand to hand. Inamoto was straddling my body, pressing hard on my nose and mouth with both hands. I had no memory of this. In other words, the transfer had already occurred by this time. My body struggled violently, thrashing its arms and legs, and caught Inamoto in the chin with a strong right hook. Inamoto staggered. My body seized that chance to escape Inamoto's hold. After that, a long flight ensued. With Kokoro's consciousness controlling it, my body left the building once and re-entered through the window of my room. It rushed over to the door, then suddenly looked up as though surprised. Timidly left the room, passed through the dining area, and then once again descended the stairs to the basement storeroom. As though he'd been waiting for me, Inamoto's hand shot out and made contact with my shoulder. My body fell. Inamoto sprang after it, his hand still grasping the palely glinting knife. Inamoto inverted the knife and swung it down right at my throat. At that moment, Inamoto disappeared from the screen. For a moment, I didn't know what was happening. I rewound and played the video back in slow motion. When I did, I saw Hotori tear across the screen with the speed of a gale, taking down Inamoto with a perfectly aimed body blow.
どうしてほとりが
Why did Hotori do that? This wasn't the first time I'd seen this image, but I still couldn't help but stare at it in shock. Kokoro and I had been saved by Hotori. I hadn't heard a peep out of either Kokoro or Hotori to that effect. As I thought that, the events on screen were still rushing by. I returned to the playback setting to normal speed and fixed my eyes on the screen. Inamoto got to his feet and stared into the darkness. He appeared to be frantically searching for something. Looking closely, I could tell that the knife had disappeared from his hand. He must have dropped it the moment he fell. That knife was now in my hand. My left hand. It was my left hand that gripped the knife. Inamoto shook his head in disbelief as he continued to survey the occluding darkness. His faltering steps, my body rushed towards him from behind. It didn't make any attempts to conceal itself, but neither did it scream out to make any other threatening movements. It was almost like a kitten. A kitten that reacted to anything that moved, jumped around innocently, and finally pounced. The sound of footsteps seemed to have finally reached Inamoto's ears, and he suddenly turned around. My body aimed for his chest and rushed forward to cling to it. Just like a kitten frolicking playfully. Their two bodies overlapped as they flew through the air, drawing a slow parabola in their fall. Right after that, the display went white. The picture had jumped because the brightness was too high. I cleared all the adjustments I'd made to the footage. Then I rerouted a bit and played it back again. From the ceiling of the dim storeroom, after flickering several times, the lights came back on and flooded the room. Uni was the one responsible for that. Lowering his finger from the switch, he turned around and gulped. He pressed his hand over his mouth, his eyes as round as saucers. An expression of terror. Following that direction of Uni's stare, I saw Inamoto's bloody corpse crumpled on the floor. Yesterday, Uni had said to
思ってる
me,
も何もないよ。
this goes way beyond just
この目
thinking.
で確かに見たんだから。
I saw you with my own
楽し
eyes.
そうに笑いながらあの男の人を何度も何度も突き刺してるところ、
You were laughing as you stabbed that man over and over and
も
over.
う死んでるって分かってたはずなのに、
Even you must have known he was already
な
dead.
のにしつこく何度も何度も
But you just kept on stabbing
死
him.
体をいたぶって遊ぶみたいにさ、してただろ。
You butchered his corpse, acting like it was all a game to you, didn't you? As if to verify Uni's words, the screen was all too clearly showed an image of me toying with the corpse. I'm laughing, it's true. Straddling Inamoto, I slashed him over and over again with a knife I gripped in both hands. digging chunks of flesh from his chest, piercing right through his belly. As if scribbling randomly on a piece of paper, I ran the knife all over the body. Soundlessly, the knife was drawn into the lifeless slab of meat, with a foolish smile of utter ecstasy on my face. I was wholeheartedly enjoying the sensation of the knife sinking into the meat. Inamoto was still, his clouded eyes fixed on the empty air above him. With every thrust of my knife, more blood foamed out of the mouth and nostrils and ran off onto the floor. I endlessly persisted in the terrible game, doing it over and over and over again. I continued moving my hand across that cold slab of meat, never resting for a moment.
いや、そうじゃない。
No, that's not it. I suddenly shook my head as I came to my senses. The person being projected here wasn't me. It was Fuyukawa Kokoro. However, after having seen it so plainly, I could no longer think it was just an illusion. What if the one who killed Inamoto wasn't Kokoro, but actually me? Had I completely lost myself without even realizing it and fallen to such a level of barbarism? In reality, the person there on screen could be anyone but me. Using common sense, the most obvious explanation for this gruesome murder was that I was the
で
culprit.
も、違うんだ。
But that's wrong. I unconsciously looked
これ
away.
は、俺じゃない。
This isn't me.
俺じゃないんだ。俺じゃないんだ。
It isn't me. It isn't me. I muttered through those words again and again, trying to convince myself. By the time I lifted my head back up, the next scene had begun to unfold. My body got up from Inamoto. It stared at the bloody, drenched knife as though it were something mysterious. Right there next to it was Satoru. She was crouched in a puddle of blood, splashing around playfully in it. The blood flew in as it splashed and fell back down as red rain. The falling raindrops disappeared back into the puddle, creating ripples before they vanished. As she watched them, Otori's face broke into a huge, gleeful smile. She was laughing again. This has already exceeded the limits of my understanding. I shuddered violently as though suddenly told. It was madness. If this wasn't an act committed by a madman, then what was it? I couldn't believe that a human was capable of this. The beings on screen were just a pair of demons who assumed human form and were amusing themselves for a little while with this. I couldn't see it any other way. Time 7:17 p.m. Basement storeroom. I suddenly raised my head and looked around the room. I noticed the knife in my left hand. An expression of shock and deep disturbance came to my face. On top of that, the body of Inamoto lying in front of me had undergone a dramatic change. As I saw it, every muscle in my jaw stiffened and began twitching convulsively. I placed my hand against my chest in an attempt to return my breathing to normal. Yes, a clear and obvious chance. A space-time transfer had occurred. I could clearly remember these events. And Hotori takes the knife, right? For a while, the me on screen stood staring at the corpse, immobile as a cast-off shell of my actual self. The corner of the screen contained this digital timestamp. The indicator for seconds was still moving, but besides that, everything was still. And at 7:31 p.m., a black shadow crossed the screen. Determined to catch it and reveal its true identity this time, I tried viewing the footage from another angle. What I saw projected there was Hotori, who dyed vivid red of fresh blood. She toyed with a knife she held in both hands. She'd stolen it from me. Hotori was facing me, and we were having a conversation. Only her lips moved in the silence of the frame. Hey, Satoru, which do you prefer? Hey, which one? I mean, to stab or to be stabbed? Which do you prefer? I couldn't hear her voice, but I remember those words all too well. If I remember correctly, my consciousness should jump to the shelter cabin right after this. And just as expected, there was a change in the footage. Time 7:34 p.m. Basement storeroom. I saw my body react, giving a quick shiver. Just like it had 17 minutes before, shock and disturbance registered on its face. When it noticed Inamoto's dead body, it covered its mouth with its hand as though fighting back nausea. Something startled it and it raised its head. Otori was standing right before its eyes. Otori's eyes were blank. She blinked several times as though playing dumb. Eventually, she noticed the abnormality and looked down at her own body, at the knife in her hands. Confused, Otori let go of the knife. She was frightened as if she couldn't understand what she'd just done. The pallor that came over her face spelled it out clearly. She shook her head a number of times as though to deny it. As though begging for help, she reached her hand out to my body and began to draw nearer to it. The one there on the screen right now wasn't the Otori I knew. The Otori who spoke those mysterious words while idly toying with a knife, and the Otori desperately seeking help with her face warped in fear. The two of them were clearly different people. The shadow of Inabushi Kaiko immediately rose in my mind. One is Inabushi, the other is Otori. Is that how it was? Well, we thought Inabushi probably died. We're already down to the, 14th, right? Inabushi's dead by now. On top of that, the timing of her personality change lined up with the space-time transfers.
まさか
It can't be. Suffocating uneasiness overcame me. I reached one conclusion, but it was still too soon. There still wasn't enough evidence yet. Just now, Utsumi was joining them on screen, and the scene soon turned into a brawl. Otori began running amok. My body cried out while it did its best to hold her back. Utsumi brandished a knife, and with the face of a demon, she attacked. Yinu was crouched nearby with blood flowing from a wound on his forehead. I had reached my limit. Forcing myself to look straight ahead, I firmly closed the file as if to erase it. The behavior of lunatics who cut out their own human hearts had shaken me to my very core. A somber air seemed to surround me. Unable to stand it, I stood up from the console and began walking around the dimly lit room. There was a coffee maker in the corner. Hoping for a change of pace, I swiftly made some coffee. I poured it into a cup and gulped it down. It was completely tasteless to me. But it might have felt that way just because the cup was the same one that Inamoto had used. Even so, I was somehow able to calm myself down. I placed the empty cup on top of the console and pulled up the last of the recordings. The file is from January 15th. I'd already seen everything in here once, but it was certainly possible that I'd overlooked something. I couldn't leave without making sure. After all, this was the day I drank the DMT and the MAO inhibitor. Sunday, January 15th. Time 7:43 p.m. Location, dining area. When I asked her about the DMT and the MAO inhibitor, Hotori said that maybe I drank it myself. And just as she said, the recording showed that as well. But then when my body began to doze off, it wandered into the dining area, rubbing its eyes. Its steps were shaky, like a sleepwalker's. My body wavering to the left and to the right, just barely managed to reach the table. There were two bottles under the table. The bottles contained the DMT and the MAO inhibitor. My body picked up the bottles, staring at them with great interest, and then having no idea what it was thinking, but it suddenly drained the contents of both bottles in a few great gulps, without anyone forcing it or leading it on. My body drank both bottles of medicine on its own without the slightest apparent hesitation. I couldn't think of its actions as anything but a gravely foolish snap decision. The effects of the drugs immediately began to show. And just 1 minute after that, my body fell to its knees, then dropped heavily to the floor, its head slowly bowing like an ear of rice, haphazardly to either side. The next transfer probably occurred right after this. There was no mistake. My memory for the 15th began with me lying like this after all. Afterward, trying to get up after the transfer, still helpless to move, I fell face down and lay there immobile. The one who nursed me back to health was Utsumi. Utsumi carried me to my room and administered an antidote to counteract the drug. From then until the afternoon, I lay on my own bed, sound asleep. Symbolic. And there ends my analysis. There were many mysteries still remaining, but for now let's summarize everything I gathered. How did I almost drown in the bathtub? It was my body's fault. My body took those sleeping pills on its own volition and entered the bathroom. Nobody actually plunged my conscious body into the bathtub. Otori turned out to be responsible for the door slam I heard, but she was unrelated to the incident. Right, you basically just fell in. She never took a single step into the bathroom. Same goes for everyone else. At the time in question, only my body was in the room. If I had to accuse someone of trying to drown me, then that only candidate was myself. Next, who killed Inamoto? No need to repeat this ad nauseum. Every particular of the massacre was recorded on video. It was my body. Lastly, who did my body ingest? The DMT and MAO inhibitor. Oh, why? Whatever. No need to explain this either. My body was the culprit once again. Other people had absolutely nothing to do with it. Those are the 3 points they proved anew. Proved isn't quite the correct word. I should probably say that I confirmed my speculations. My body was responsible for everything. In a way, I had almost expected it. There were no cameras set up on the rooftop, so I couldn't find anything about the incident on the clock tower. The same could be said about the wound on my left arm. No data was saved during that time. But my other findings were more than enough. From the information I unearthed, I found the answer. So to summarize, the criminal out to kill me is... neither. It's neither of us. Of course, it wasn't Utsumi either, nor Hotori, nor Yuni, nor even Inamoto. It was someone else. Another unknown personality at Svea. Traces of their passage exist, at least. Now let's follow the road of my reasoning. First, judging from the records, it goes without saying that Utsumi, Hotori, Yuni, and Inamoto are all unrelated to the events. Next is Kokoro, but I'll rule her out on the suspects list. Why? Because she had a strong alibi. Especially in the case of Inamoto's murder occurring on the 14th. The times simply don't add up. The times, yes, the times. There's something strange about the time displayed on the pictures. By strange, I mean that generally speaking, that kind of thing happened at the time is ridiculous. Thing happening at that time is ridiculous. The strange times I'm referring to are January 14th. Oh, I wasn't paying close enough attention here. So we have a 17-minute interval and an hour and 6-minute interval. Don't save scum on my first round through unless I hit an ending. I might pick the wrong one. I wasn't paying close enough attention. It has to do with the 33 minutes. It's like something happened after the 33 minutes were over. I'm going to grab this. Just try this one. 7:17 to 7:34 p.m. The former is the time I discovered Inamoto's corpse as well. On the other hand, the latter is the time Kokoro, who took control of my body, saw Inamoto's corpse. Of course, these aren't the only times it happens to bother me. There are plenty of other spots, but it's not worth listing them all. Let's give another example. Let's go back to January 11th. The following times are also strange. Supposed to pay attention to this stuff, and I wasn't. So this is the first day, right? What? 8:02 to 9:08? 8:02, Kokoro and I traded bodies for the first time. She and I woke up in Svea at the shelter cabin, respectively. 9:08 was when the second transfer occurred, returning to my consciousness to Svea. To be more accurate, it's Svea that returned to Asogi Island from Mount Agakura. Incidentally, these two incidents, there's something strange about them. They're farther than 33 minutes apart, right? Let's pick, for example, the interval between 7:17 and 7:34 on the 14th. An interval of only 17 minutes. I found that interval until the next transfer is simply too short, right? Based on this, let's try thinking about the events that occurred on the 11th, between 8:02 and 9:08 p.m. This interval is 66 minutes long, too. That was when the shelter cabin was teleported to Asogi Island for the first time. Completely oblivious to the exchange phenomenon, I was confused and unable to figure out what's going on around me. See, it's strange, weird even. Wasn't I only allowed to stay at the shelter cabin for 33 minutes? Of course, the same goes for Kokoro. She can only stay at Svea for 33 minutes. In spite of that, the cameras recorded my body moving without my consciousness for a good 66 minutes. It's certainly not a problem with the time counter on screen. The records really are 66 minutes long. I'm supposed to pick the right ones, okay. The major point here is that the statement Kokoro can only stay at Svea for 33 minutes is irrefutable. We measured it several times, I have no doubts about this. Which means, since at 8:02 on the 11th Kokoro was already at Svea, her consciousness separated from my body 33 minutes after at 8:35 at the latest. But then, from around 8:35 to 9:08, who the hell was controlling my body? Let's return to the problem of the 17-minute interval on the 14th, which is directly connected to the question, wasn't it actually longer than that? If it was, then either 7:17 or 7:34 part is wrong, but after 7:34 p.m., Kokoro is in my body, so I can't arbitrarily change it. Therefore, I have no choice but to move the time of my transfer to Svea back. In other words, on January 14th, I didn't transfer at 7:17 p.m., but actually returned to Svea much earlier. If that's the case, there's another unknown personality within myself. If so, I can explain the mystery of the 66-minute interval. It's a huge tangled mess now, so let's just sum it up here. January 11th, 8:02 p.m. First transfer occurs, my consciousness gains control of Kokoro's body. 33 minutes later, at 8:35 p.m., Unbeknownst to me, my consciousness returns to my body. Yeah, you should. I'm playing this game. I should have like kept a log of the times, and it suggested to me I should, and I didn't. I was too lazy. Unbeknownst to me, my consciousness returns to my body. Then at 9:08 p.m., I woke up as myself. Next on January 11th, 6:11 p.m., my consciousness gains control of Kokoro's body. 33 minutes after, 6:44 p.m., unbeknownst to me, my consciousness returns to my body. 7:17 p.m., I wake up as myself, discover Inamoto's body. 17 minutes after, at 7:34, my consciousness leaves my body. Based on this, I appear to black out for a fixed amount of time whenever I return to Svea. Control over my body is stolen by another separate personality. By the way, what did I do during those time gaps? Let's look at the interval between 6:44 p.m. and 7:17 p.m. on the 14th. There's no need to check the records. This is the interval where Inamoto's murder took place. The personality controlling my body during this time gap is the culprit. So with that, Fuyukawa Kokoro has a reasonable alibi. Well then, I guess it's time to draw a conclusion. I stated before that there is another unknown personality at Svea. Needless to say, that's the personality controlling my body during the time gaps. Who is that? The answer is a separate personality born within myself. I'd always thought that Kokoro and I were the only ones controlling my body. But that doesn't seem to be the case. There's someone else within me, someone I don't know. My memory still hasn't returned. If we assume the cause is mental, then it means something's wrong with my mind. Just like Utsumi said, maybe I really do suffer from DID. And while suffering from DID, I was dragged into the transference phenomenon, thus I misunderstood. Until now, I was convinced I had taken the role of the victim. But I was wrong. I am the victim and also the assailant, unbeknownst even to me. Because the mental disorder completely unrelated to transference phenomenon, I created another personality within myself. I think I picked the wrong answers. I did it wrong. I was wrong. Did it wrong. That other personality must be the culprit. He schemed to injure my body and grotesquely killed Inamoto. The records tell me everything. It's sad, but I have to face up to it. I won't waver anymore. I won't let myself be restrained by feelings and obligations any longer. I closed my eyes, took a heavy breath, and left that musty room. The third area. The next transfer was at 4:48 a.m. I still had over 30 minutes left, but I couldn't afford to relax. I didn't know what was going to happen, so I snapped into action. Returning to my room at once, I took from my closet and quickly left. Yeah, I don't think picking the right answers might have given me a bad ending, because I think you're supposed to pick the 66-minute long intervals. And I picked a 17-minute long interval by accident. The sky was still dark. The clear midwinter sky had a countless number of stars scattered across it. The moon was hanging low as its last phase in the south-southern direction. It was missing more than its light now, drawing a mere semicircle as if torn in two. The half-moon, the one that's there, yet the one that isn't. I pushed forward into the darkness, relying only on the light of the moon and the stars. I was standing at the front gate. On the left was a computer terminal with a lock controlled by a card reader. I took my ID card out of my pocket and slipped it through the slot. At least I tried to slide it. However, the card wouldn't go in. Looking closely, I saw the card slot had frozen over.
なんでこんな時に限って
Damn it, how could it get stuck at a time like this? There hadn't been any snowfall at Asogi Island over the past few hours. What about Mount Akakura? From the magazine article, I knew that Mount Akakura was hit by a blizzard on the 15th. And it wasn't as if Svea had always been stuck at Asogi Island. Svea had been exposed to the snowstorms due to space-time transfer. It's likely that the snow had gotten into the reader then, and it's frozen over from the cold afterward. Even here at Asogi Island, the weather was fine, but it didn't change the fact that the temperature was still low. On top of that, it was right before dawn, the coldest part of the day. I warmed my numb fingers with my breath. I turned my coat collar up, shrugged in the neck, and shuffled my feet. My smoke-like breath stayed to drift in the cold air. I angrily tried to insert the card again. I tried over and over, hoping that the heat from the friction would melt the ice. I couldn't just give up here. Nothing would begin if I did get out of Svea's circle. No matter what happened, I had to leave the gate before the next transfer. If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to save everyone in the shelter cabin.
くそー
Yeah, that.
頼む刺さってくれ
Go in, I'm begging you. In one last effort, I shoved the card into the slot with all my might. It went in. Only the tip managed to slip in. There was no need for hesitation. Using all my body weight, I forced the card to slide through. Would this break the card? Don't scare me like that. The left and right doors of the gate opened with a thunderous roar. I wasn't scared. I knew it would open because I saw Kokoro's ending. I tried to pull out the card and leave. But, it wouldn't move. The card was stuck. It wouldn't come out. If I didn't remove it, the gate would never close. Jeez. I could use my entire body weight to force it in, but not for pulling it out. My fingertips were slippery from the numbing cold, so I couldn't even grip the card properly. And time was cruelly passing by. There's no choice. I guess I'll have to leave it. No matter how hard I try, it won't come out. It won't come out, so there's no helping it. Just getting the gate open was good enough. I abandoned the ID card and stepped into the outside world. The coastline appeared. Only the sound of the waves silently drifted through the air. I couldn't hear anything besides that. It was an extremely quiet night. There were 10 minutes left until the next transfer. I had nothing to do but focus and keep waiting. I eagerly wait for that time to come. The distance from here to Sophia's front gate wasn't very far. Close enough that I'd only take a minute to get there if I ran at full speed. I could still clearly see the tall circular wall around the building from here. The moon's light reflected dimly off the wall's surface. It had a dignified shine in the darkness. I couldn't imagine something that big being able to transfer. It looked so sturdy, almost impossible to move or vanish. I even felt like it would stubbornly refuse to move no matter what. Is this transfer really going to happen? After reaching this point, certainty began to cross my mind. Even so, there was nothing I could do but wait. 7 minutes to go for the next transfer. I thought I was keeping my cool, but you know what? The body doesn't lie about these things. As time passed, the interval between my heartbeats became shorter. I couldn't feel the cold anymore. My palms were sweating even though I was only standing. I felt like I was choking from the pressure. If I messed this up, there would be no second chances. I probably already messed it up though. Kokoro, Yomogi, and Lin would be caught in an avalanche and die. My heart was beating like crazy. Along with the excitement, I felt a great feeling of exhilaration from the bottom of my chest. 5 minutes to go. The passage of time felt exceedingly slow. It was so frustrating I couldn't stand. I walked aimlessly along the sandy beach as the waves lapped at its edge. A gust of wind blew past me. Before the wind finished blowing, Sophia's figure suddenly disappeared, and as though changing places within a brown plain without much snow appeared. Without thunderous roar, without a brilliant flash of light. It happened silently without a sound, like turning a single page in a book. Because that mysterious spectacle had occurred right before my eyes, I fell into a trance-like state. I stood dumbfounded without understanding what had happened. Only time steadily continued. The sound of the waves gradually returned to my ears. I glanced up the night sky at the eternal light cast by the countless stars and the waning moon. Nothing had changed. The world continued as usual around me. However, when I lowered my eyes, a strange scene was waiting for me. The brown earth was spread out as if drawn in a big, big circle. It wasn't an illusion. Even when I blinked and swayed my head, the scene wouldn't disappear. Was that a transfer? The situation finally sunk in, but even then my senses didn't clear. My ears were picked up by a sound like light breathing nearby. Coming in between the crashing of the waves, they resounded as though burying the silence. That's right. What am I doing? I have to hurry. I started to walk unsteadily as though being pulled. My awkward steps gradually began to adjust their pace. Eventually, they turned into a quick walking, then into a trot, and finally to a sprint that cut through the darkness. Current time, 5:02 a.m. I stepped into the circle. The zone was a barren wasteland of brown rock. Even though I say wasteland, the ground felt deep, felt damp. I stopped running and touched the earth's surface. A damp sensation had transmitted to my finger. The bottom of the leather shoes slid over the bare rock, which gently coated with moisture. Paying attention to the surface under my feet, I broke into a run. So the third place and the third personality, right? Okay. The place I was aiming for was the circle's core. However, what was there wasn't a shelter cabin made of wood, but a structure plastered in pure white.
どういうことだ？
What does this mean?
ここはどこなんだ？
Where is this? After reaching it, I took a breath and immediately began to look around the structure. It was a cube, its length and height about 5 meters each. It looked like a large 6-sided die. Of course, there wasn't anything like numbers or the alphabet carved into its sides. On 3 of the 4 sides, there was nothing like a window or anything sticking out, but there was a ladder attached to the last side. Made out of iron pipes, I continued up to the roof. I climbed it. A square rooftop. There wasn't anything like a fence set up around it. The only thing there was a round door painted in green. The small iron door was like a manhole cover, hidden in the corner of the roof. There was a handle on it. I tried to lift it, but it wouldn't budge. Looking closely, I saw a keyhole-like groove carved near the handle.
鍵穴？
A keyhole. I remembered it right away. About the key in my pocket, the one I hadn't known the use for. The key I found in my room on the 12th. It was placed next to the ID card, an extremely ordinary and simple key. Well, this is a Chekhov's gun that I completely forgot about.
まさかな。
No way. Despite my doubts, I had to check it anyway. I took it out of my pocket and tried to fit it in. Why isn't there a background for this? It went in. As if being inhaled, the key smoothly settled into the hole. I tried turning it. With a pleasant metal sound, the lock released itself with no resistance.
マジかよ。
Are you serious?
開いちまったぞ。
It unlocked it. The round green door. I opened it without hesitation. Who's the third person? The inside gleamed with a white light. The inside was bright as day. I squinted from the overwhelming light. While shielding my eyes with one hand, I took a look inside the room. There wasn't even a shadow. No one was around. There was a ladder leading down from the round entrance. I climbed down it. Apoptosis! Well, that's scary. That's when a cell dies. With the great creaking of its hinges, the door closed. The inside was saturated with a bright white. Because light shone from every direction, no shadows existed inside the room. This scene, where all shade was lost, warped my sense of perspective. Where did the walls begin and end? What was the limits of the ceiling? How far did the floor extend? I couldn't understand it all. I felt as if I was floating, completely isolated in the middle of a white space. Only the sensation of the soles of my feet made sure that I was touching the floor. This is what they call white torture. When I looked up, the door had vanished. The inside of the door was likely painted white as well. Lost in the light, I couldn't even find its outline. I didn't even know where the ladder was. The whole surface was a pure white world, where the notion of depth no longer existed. There was, however, a lone black object. A round object that pierced the center of the round space like a hole. Fumbling around, I made my way to the light and neared the hole. When I reached out one finger to touch it, I felt my hand touch the surface. The round black object wasn't really a hole, but a sphere. A little bigger than a soccer ball. It's like the crystal of prosperity. It had absolutely no luster, so it just looked like a black hole, sucking up all the surrounding light. I tried patting it with the palm of my hand. It was completely smooth to the touch, offering no resistance at all. It was held slightly below my line of vision. At first I thought it was floating, but then I realized it was hanging down from the ceiling suspended by a
何
chain.
なんだよこれ。
What the heck is this? This is like the bell cord. Incomprehensible. And moreover, where the hell was I? Where did the shelter cabin disappear to? Once again, I fumbled forward into the light. Almost immediately, I ran up against a wall. Ready for the feeling against the palm of my hand, I could tell that the surface of the wall was curved. Apparently, the structure was in the shape of a dome. It was a cube from the outside, but it was a hemisphere inside. I walked along the wall for a while. My knee hit something. I concentrated hard and looked around within the light. I was able to make out a bed lying there. Every surface of the bed was painted white. It had a simplicity that reminded me of an old hospital.
ベッド？
A bed? Someone lives here? But I couldn't see a blanket or pillows, not even sheets on the mattress. Not lives, but lived? The bed, the stairs, the sphere. It seemed like there's nothing here aside from that. Present time, 5:21 p.m. Suddenly I heard a deep rumbling from outside, almost like an earthquake. That sound instantly brought me back to reality. That's right. I had to get to the shelter cabin. No sense in hanging around here forever. Groping for the ladder, I finally managed to grab hold of the rung. As the sound of clanging irons resounded in the white, I climbed up. The ladder came to an end. I extended my arm towards the ceiling. The feeling of iron, it's the door. I tried pushing it up against it. It didn't move. It didn't budge a millimeter. Even when I tried to force it open with my shoulders, it didn't give in the slightest. I immediately started searching for the keyhole, but it was nowhere to be found.
まさか
Don't tell me it locks automatically behind
閉じ
you.
込められた
I'm locked in. I tried ramming into it over and over, but the results were always the same. This is bad, very bad. Impatience assailed me. I had to get out of here right away, but there's nothing I could do. Finally, I lost my grip and fell to the floor. There must be a way. Isn't there another way out? I desperately looked for other exits, but it was useless. The bed, the ladder, the sphere, there was nothing other than that. Meanwhile, time was mercilessly advancing. Someone opened the door, and suddenly the door opened. Someone was climbing down the ladder. The one who came down. Hotori? Oh. The one who came down was
榎本
Inamoto. In a moment, I was thrown into chaos. Why? Why is Inamoto here? This guy isn't supposed to be dead? Once he noticed I was there, shock registered in Inamoto's face. We glared at each other, neither moving a muscle. The one who finally broke the silence was him.
お前は
You.
お前は誰だ
Who are you?
え
Eh?
聞こえなかったのか
Didn't you hear
お
me?
前は誰だと聞いてるんだ
I asked you, who are you?
答えろ
Answer me. I didn't understand. Shouldn't Inamoto know who I am? Why didn't he recognize me?
答えろ
Answer me. Inamoto repeated. Reluctantly, I decided to
俺は
answer. I
俺
am.
の名は
My name
結
is
城悟だ
Yukido Satoru.
何
What? Inamoto panicked. No, it wasn't anything as simple as panic. It was horrified dismay, as though the world was crumbling down around him. At his wits' end, staggering, he wrung a groan out of his convulsing throat.
なんだと
What?
なんだとなんだとなんだと
What?
貴様は結城悟だというのか
You scum! You dare call yourself Yukido Satoru?
そうだ
Yeah.
それがどうかしたのか
Is there anything wrong with that? His eyes pierced me. In those eyes, I detected intense hatred and
貴
rage.
様が結城悟だというのであれば
He doesn't understand which body he's in. You scum if you say you're Yukido Satoru. Now I
そう
see.
いうことか
I beat him to it. Saying this, Inamoto's face darkened. While tapping on his temples, he continued muttering,
なんてことだ
What a state of affairs.
貴様がここに来てしまうとは
If scum like you could get in here,
すべて台無しだ
it's all ruined.
計画は失敗だ
The project is a failure.
自分のことながらまったく愚かすぎてヘドが出そうだ
Even though damn it, so stupid. I feel like throwing up.
何を言ってるんだ意味がわからないんだが
What are you saying? I can't understand you at all. But Inamoto continued without answering my question.
まあいい
Well, whatever.
失敗したと言ってもそれは一つの可能性がついえただけに過ぎない
Though I say it failed, all that really means is that one possibility has collapsed.
可能性は世界は無限に存在する
The number of possibilities, the worlds in existence, is infinite.
簡単なことだ
It's simple.
別の世界では失敗しないとも言える
I can also say that in another world, we didn't fail.
俺さえしっかりしてればこんなくだらない結果は生まれない
As long as I just keep myself together, it won't end up with a pathetic result like this.
俺は貴様とは違う
I'm different from low-life scum like you.
断じてだ断じて貴様のようなバカな結果は生み出さない
This telling me I got the bad wrong end. I got a bad ending again. Absolutely. A result as stupid and worthless as you absolutely will not come to me. And I would have spat that out, still glaring at
何
me.
のことを言ってるんだよ
What are you saying?
多世界解釈さ
It's the mini worlds interpretation.
多世界解釈
The mini worlds interpretation? The meaning of those words. I knew it.
説明するまでもないだろう。貴様はそれを知ってるはずだ。
No need to explain it, right? You ought to know it already, scum.
ああ。だが、しかし、
Yeah, but still.
細かいことまで説明する気はない。
I have no intention of explaining such minor details.
面倒だし、貴様が知る意味もない。
It's annoying, and besides, it's not worth wasting my breath to tell scum like you anyway. All of a sudden, Inamoto closed his eyes.
ダビデは琴を弾いていた。
Oh dear. And David played with his hand as at other times.
サウルの手には槍があった。
And there was a javelin in Saul's hand.
サウルは槍を投げつけて、
And Saul cast the javelin, for he said,
私はダビデを壁にでも。
I will smite David, even to the wall with it. Those cryptic words came forth from him. He muttered as though pronouncing a curse on someone. The curse began to do its
俺
work.
はダビデを突き刺してやる。
I will smite David,
たとえ再びかわされようと。
even if he avoided out of my presence twice. Opening in his eyes, Inamoto fixed me with another glare.
とはいえ、
Nonetheless,
貴様の世界の中では、計画が失敗したことに変わりはない。
it doesn't change the fact that in your world, the project was a
貴
failure.
様には、けじめをつけてもらわねばな。
I'll have you take the responsibility for it, scum.
ちょっと待ってくれ。
Hold on a second.
俺には分からないことだらけだ。
I don't understand a thing that's going on right now. It means you got the bad ending, Satoru.
どうしてお前はここにいる？
Inamoto is personally insulting you for getting it. Why are you here?
どうしてお前が生きている？
Why are you alive?
第一、ここはどこなんだ？
And in the first place, where am I?
分からない、分からない。どういうことなんだ？
I don't get it. What does this all mean?
説明してくれよ。
Please explain.
お前、
You
バカだな。
are a baka.
な、
What?
あいつの記憶を移植されてるとはいえ、ここまで何にも理解できてないとは。
Even though the memories of that guy are transplanted into you, you understand nothing, even now.
我ながら情けないぜ。
You're pathetic, if I do say so myself.
記憶を移植？
Memories transplanted?
俺のこの記憶の異常は、やっぱり記憶移植だったのか？
This abnormal memory of mine, as I thought it was a memory transplant?
あいつって誰だ？
Who is that guy?
なんでこんな風になっちまったんだ？
Why did things turn out like this?
悪いが、
Sorry, but
そのことだけは答えることができない。
that's the one question that I can't answer.
正確には答えたくない。
To be more accurate, I don't want to answer.
今々しい。あいつのことだけはな。
The very thought of that guy is annoying, you see. Whoops. Well, I missed my chance. There's going to be a thing in the hints about that guy.
だがしかし、
However,
それ以外のことなら答えてやろ
other than that, I'll answer
う。
everything.
何も知らないままというのは、あまりにかわいそうだからな。
It's just too pitiful for you to go on knowing nothing like this.
感謝しろよ。俺は慈悲深いんだ。
Be grateful, okay? I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart. I gotta know here. So I go to apoptosis. I'm gonna go to title. Yes. Save my system data. Tips. Oh, I can't actually view the individual tips. That guy. I can't actually view the tip because... Oh my goodness. Okay. Figure out your controls is a lesson from this. Forgot how to do tips. That was probably really important. But I don't have a save like right before it that I can use. So let's keep going.
さっき貴様はこう言ったな。
This is what you said before, right, Scum?
どうしてお前がここにいる？どうしてお前が生きている？第一、ここはどこなんだ？と。
Why are you here? Why are you alive? And is the first place, where am I?
3つの質問をした。
You asked those 3 questions.
それを答えてあげようじゃないか。
Shall I answer them for you? Emoto grinned from ear to ear. I couldn't help but feel a little
その
scared.
前に聞きたいことがある。
But before that, there's something I want to ask.
俺は、い
I...
や、榎本は、と言った方が分かりやすいか。
No, it's easier to understand if I say Inamoto.
榎本は死んだのか。
Inamoto, he died?
貴様の過去では、榎本は死んでしまったのかと聞いてる。
I'm asking you, scum, if in your past Inamoto died.
よく意味が分からんが、
I don't really understand, but
そうだ、
that's
3
right.
日前。お前、榎本は死んだ。
3 days ago, you, Inamoto, died.
確かだ、間違いない。
I'm sure, no mistaking it.
お前は絶対に、あの時に死んでいたんだ。
You definitely died back then.
だから俺は、
That's why I...
そうか。
Is that so?
いや、もういい。すべて分かった。
No, it's okay. I got all that. Saying that Inamoto tapped on his temples again.
そういう可能性もある。ということか。注意せねばな。
So that possibility exists too, huh? I must be careful.
いいだろう。では回答しよ
Alright, now for your
う。まず
answers.
第一の質問。どうしてお前がここにいる？
Let's start with the question number 1. Why are you here?
時空間転移のことは知ってるな。
You know about the space-time transfer, don't you?
お前から聞いたんだからな。
Yeah, I heard it from you.
俺は。いや。俺たちは、ある目的があってここにやってきたんだ。
No, I know we had a certain goal, so we came here.
ある目的。
That certain goal
時空間転移装置を最終レベルに持っていくために。
was to take the space-time transfer apparatus to its final level. Oh, here's the tips, okay. It is the final level which the plan they devised will move as it transitions into its final stage. The final move that will lead to the truth they have wished for. The final measure necessary for them to meet that guy. When it is executed, the world will undergo a great transfiguration. When it is executed, the transient world, imaginary, is lost. The bridge of the world, symbolic, is crossed. The true world, real, will reveal its shape, together with the awakening of the third eye. So that guy is Blinkwinkle?
「時空間転移装置」
Space-time transfer apparatus?
それってあの小部屋にあったスパコンのことじゃないのか？
Isn't that the supercomputer in that little room? No.
そんなことにさえ気づいてなかったのか。やっぱりバカだな貴様は。
You didn't even notice it. As I thought, in addition to scum, you are another fool.
あの部屋にあったのは時空間転移装置などではない。
The space-time transfer apparatus isn't in that room.
あれは何のことはない。ただのデータ収集用のコンピューターだ。
It's nothing of the sort, just a computer used for data acquisition.
本物の時空間転移装置は
The true space-time transfer apparatus is
ここにある。
here. Eh?
見ただろ？あれだよ。
You saw it, right? It's that. Inamoto pointed at it. The direction that Inamoto indicated was the black
あれ
sphere.
が時空間転移装置。
That's the space-time transfer apparatus?
そうだ。
Correct.
続けようか。
Shall I continue?
では第2の質問。どうしてお前が生きている？
On the question number 2, why are you alive?
それと第3の質問。
And
ここ
question
は
number
どこ
3.
なんだ？
And question number 3, where am I?
この2つはとてもシンプルな一つの解に収束される。
These two converge into a single very simple
貴
solution.
様は赤倉岳と アオサギ島の2点間で転移が行われていると考えてるだろ
Being scum, I guess you thought the transfer occurs between the 2 points of Mount Akakura and Asogi Island, correct? I nod.
う。愚か者め。
Ha! You hopeless idiot!
その程度の推理力だからこんなところに来てしまうんだ。
It's your total lack of reasoning capacity that got you here. Right, like, it's because I picked the wrong choices on which times I was supposed to take supposed to be, like, worried about. I was supposed to pick the 66-minute intervals.
矛盾に気づかなかったのか。
Didn't you notice the contradiction?
矛盾？
Contradiction.
気圧の変化だよ。
The change in atmospheric pressure.
気圧の変化？
Change in atmospheric pressure?
そうだ。まだわからないのか。
That's right, you still don't get it?
もし仮に赤倉岳とアオサギ島の2点間で転移が行われていたとしよ
It's supposed, temporarily, that the transfer is taking place between the 2 points of Mount Akakura and Asogi
う。
Island.
だとしたらこういう現象が起こり得る。
If that was the case, this sort of phenomenon would occur.
急激な気圧の変化だ。
With a sudden variation in atmospheric pressure.
赤倉岳の避難小屋は標高1298メートルの地点にある。
The shelter cabin on Mount Akakura is located 1289 meters above sea level.
それに引き換え、アオサギ島のスフィアの地点はたかだか標高11メートルだ。
And on the other hand, Sphia on Asogi Island is 11 meters above at most.
赤倉岳は低気圧に覆われており、スフィアは逆に高気圧に覆われてる。
Mount Akakura is surrounded by low air pressure, while Sphia, on the contrary, is at high air pressure. If the transfer occurred between those 2 points,
この2点間で転移が行われたのなら、転移の被験者は気圧の変化により耳鳴り、
then the
ある
test
いは耳の痛みのようなものを体感するはずだ。
I know in Japanese, exposing myself for that. When the best subjects undergoing then the test subjects undergoing the transfer would experience buzzing or pain in the ears due to the variation in atmospheric pressure.
さすがにわかるだろ？このくらいは。
This should be enough for you to get the picture, I hope.
ああ、
Yeah.
そういえば。
Come to think of it, I remembered. In the video I saw in that little room when I observed the moment of the transfer, the windows of the room violently shook as though struck by a gale. A sudden variation in atmospheric pressure. That's right, that's how it is. It definitely happened. And yet I didn't feel it. Why?
おかしいだろ。
Strange, isn't it?
貴様はその気圧の変化を体感してないのだからな。
You didn't experience any change of pressure.
冬川心の意識は、おそらくその気圧の変化を体感してたことだろ
The consciousness of Fuyukawa Kokoro likely did feel
う。
it.
赤倉岳からアオサギ島に瞬時に転移していたのだから。
From Mount Akakura to Asogi Island, she transferred instantaneously.
しかし、貴様は違う。
But you scum, you're different.
なぜだかわかるか？
Do you know why? Why is there's like a lag period?
わからない。
I don't.
ならば答えよ
Then I'll tell
う。
you.
アオサギ島から赤倉岳に直に転移してなかったからだ。
Because you didn't transfer directly from Asogi Island to Mount Akakura.
え？
Eh?
つまりだ。アオサギ島と赤倉岳との間に中継点があったということだ。
In short, between Asogi Island and Mount Akakura, there was a relay point.
鼓膜にかかった気圧の変化を鳴らすための中継点がな。
A relay point for the purpose of accustoming the eardrums to the change in pressure.
中継点？
A relay point.
そう。要するに、ここだな。
Correct, in a word, here.
ここは地下に位置する。
Here is located underground,
地下にくり抜かれた広大な空間の中にな。
in a vast room dug for this very purpose.
幸いなことに、アオサギ島のスフィアとほぼ同等の状態の気圧なのだ。
With fortunately a level of atmospheric pressure roughly equal to that of Sphia on Asogi Island.
だから貴様は気圧の変化を実質的には体感できなかったのだ。
That's why your tiny brain couldn't sense the substantial change.
そうだったのか。
I see now.
それで、ここはどこなんだ？
So where is this place? I said in a voice that was almost a groan. Every single word Inamoto fired at me felt like 1,000 needles piercing my skull. I was paralyzed, no longer able to doubt anything he said. I was accepting everything as it
中
was.
継点だと言っただろ
I called it the relay point, right?
う？わからないのか？ その意味が。
You don't get it? The meaning of that? Relay point. Relay point. A point that relays. A place that takes over in the middle. An intermediary. The middle, the middle. Don't tell me. No, it can't be. I'm supposed to be able to know this. It's gonna embarrass me again. The point in the middle. Well, it's something to do with that intermediate personality that yells into him.
やれやれ。ようやくわかったか。
My, it seems you finally get it.
念のために補足しておこうか。
Just be sure, let me give you a few additional
アオ
details.
サギ島はレブン島の西方約 5km。
Asogi Island is about 5 kilometers west of Raboon
ス
Island.
フィアは北緯45度25分37秒。
Sphia is
東経
located.
140度55分20秒の位置にある。
Sphia is located at 45 degrees, 25 minutes, 37 seconds north altitude, 140 degrees, 55 minutes, 20 seconds east longitude.
一方、避難小屋は青森県の南八甲田、赤倉岳。
And the other, the shelter town of Mount Akakura, is in the south Hakuda Mountains of Amori
北緯
Prefecture.
40度35分35秒。東経140度55分20秒の位置にある。
Located at 40 degrees, 35 minutes, 35 seconds north latitude, 140 degrees, 55 minutes, 20 seconds east altitude
2
longitude.
つの空間は東経140度55分20秒のラインをなぞるように存在している。
These two places both follow the line of 140 degrees, 55 minutes, 20 seconds east longitude.
そしてここは
And finally
北
here,
緯43度0分36秒。東経140度55分20秒。
this place is located at 43 degrees, 0 minutes, 36 seconds north latitude, 140 degrees, 55 minutes, 20 seconds east longitude.
東経140度55分20秒のライン上の中間地点。
The midway point of the line, 140 degrees, 55 minutes, 20 seconds east
そうだ
longitude.
まさに中継点。
Correct, it's the exact middle
貴
point.
様は東経140度55分20秒のライン上の3点。
These 3 points on the line, 140 degrees, 55 minutes, 20 seconds east longitude.
北緯45度25分37秒。43度0分36秒。40度35分35秒。45度25分37秒。43度0分36秒。40度35分35秒。
Okay, it's 45 degrees, 25 minutes, 33 seconds north latitude to 43 degrees, to 40 degrees, back to 45 to 43. Okay. I think I get. This goes into that loop.
このように転移を繰り返してたのだ。
Like this, you scum, repeated the transfers. I held my head unable to endure anymore. This is what was
北
happening.
緯43度0分36秒。東経140度55分20秒の地点とは。
The point at 43 degrees, 11 minutes, 36 seconds north latitude, and 140 degrees, 55 minutes, 20 seconds east
こ
longitude.
こは一体何なんだ。
Where in the world is this place?
地下ってことはさっき聞いたが。
I know you said it's underground now, but
よかろう。教えてやる。ここは
fine, I'll tell you. This
北
is
海道日和郡萌木村蛍火鉱山廃坑跡だ。
Oiki Village, Hiwa District, Hokkaido. The ruins of the abandoned Hotarubi mine.
蛍火鉱山。
The Hotarubi mine?
まさか内海さんの入院してた。
You can't mean where Utsumi-san was hospitalized.
ご名答。記憶力だけはいいみたいだな。
Good answer. At least your memory seems to be intact. Inamoto suddenly grinned scornfully at me.
まだわからないことがある。
I didn't remember that, though. There's still something I don't understand.
俺が生きてる理由か。
The reason I'm alive?
そうだ。
Yeah.
どうしようもないバカだな。
Truly, you are a hopeless baka.
赤倉岳は2011年1月。
Mount Akakura exists in January 2011.
アオサギ島は2012年1月。
Sugan Island exists in January 2012. Right here we're in August?
だとしたら、時間も空間と同じように、両極の中点を通るように移動してたと考えるべきだろう。
We're gonna hit the... If that's the case, don't you think there must be some movement of space and time in order to move through the middle point between the two poles?
わからないのか？
You don't get
こ
it?
こはな、
This, you
貴
scum.
様にとっての過去なのだ。
This is the past to
そし
you.
て、冬川心にとっての未来でもある。
And to Fuyukawa Kokoro, it is the future. Aha! I groaned. At last I understood. The remaining piece of the
ここの
puzzle.
時間は、今は2011年7月18日。
And here and now is July 18th, 2011.
俺は、殺される前の俺なのだよ。
I am the me who is yet to be murdered. So it's not August. Okay, fine. I hung my head, crestfallen. I was totally defeated. I hadn't noticed. I hadn't all this time. I fell to my knees with my hands planted to the ground to support me. The chill from the cold concrete flowed into me. But my mind had been frozen by something far colder than that. I was torn apart. The inside of my head was pure white. I didn't want to think anymore. I was disgusted with everything. Enough, enough, enough. I want to go back, I want to go back, I want to go back. But where? Where can I return to? Please tell me. Tell me. And then there was the sound of the door being opened. And following that, the sound of someone descending the ladder. Who is it? A friend of Minamoto's? At length, he finally appeared. The person who came down was me, right? Was me. A me who had my shape. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's the meaning of this? The confusion in my head went past its limits. I could no longer comprehend what was what anymore. I couldn't understand. A world that transcended my comprehension. Ugh. Someone had to voice act that.
やめてくれ、やめてくれ、やめてくれ、やめてくれ、やめてくれ、やめてくれ、やめてくれ、やめてくれ。
Oh yeah. Stop it! Times like a lot.
これ以上、俺を狂わせないでくれ。
Please don't. It's driving me insane.
やめてくれ。
Stop, please. Panic overwhelmed me. It said that if you never come face to face with yourself, you would fear them. You would ever, if you ever, and that's exactly what it felt right then. I feared everything I saw before me. It was as though reason itself was being ripped apart. This can't be right. This can't be right. This can't be right. This world isn't right.
おい、どうなっているんだ？
What is this? Then the me I saw before me also looked unsettled as he caught sight
な
of
ん
me.
でここに私がいるんだ？
Why am I here? I is in blue.
何があったんだ？なあ、教えてくれよ。
What happened? Hey, tell me. This is the past. This is the past version of him, right? The me before me asked Inamoto. Inamoto heaved a sigh and shrugged his shoulders.
失敗したのさ。
The
計
project,
画がな。
it's a failure.
こいつの世界においては、
Well,
と
in,
いう意味だが。
well, in his world, that is. The me in front brooded for a while, but soon.
なるほど。そういうことか。
I see. So that's how it is. He nodded in agreement.
で、どうするんだ、こいつは。
So, what do we do about him?
このまま放置しておくわけにもいくまい。
We can't leave him be.
そうだな。それを今、考えているところなんだが。
Right, I was just thinking about that. After a while, the me before me proposed
な
something.
あ、未来の私を殺してしまったらどうなるんだい？
So then, what do you think would happen if we killed the me of the future?
そうだな。
Let's see.
どうもしないさ。こいつの世界のお前の肉体が死ぬ。
Not much at all. Your body in his world dies.
ただそれだけだ。
Really, that's all?
じゃあ今の私にも君にも何の影響もないということか？
So that means there'd be no consequences to the present me or you, right?
ないね。
No, none.
まあもし仮に未来の俺やお前が同じ結果にたどり着いてしまったとしたら最悪だがな。
Well, I suppose it would be very bad if, for example, you and I arrived at the same result.
なるほど。
I see.
しかしそんな心配をしても仕方がないとは思わないかね？ナンセンスだ。
But don't you feel like there's no point in worrying about that? It's nonsense.
そうだな。
That's right.
それに俺は自信があるね。こんな惨めな未来には絶対にならないって自信が。
And I have confidence in it. Confidence that there's no way our future will turn out as wretched as that one.
私もだ。
So do I.
ではこいつの始末は私につけさせてもらえないかい？
Well then, will you let me take care of him?
本気か？
Are you serious?
ああ、もちろんだ。
Yeah, of course.
一度経験してみたかったんだ。
I want to experience it at least once.
自分を殺すってやつをね。
Killing myself, that is. That consciousness reached me through a haze. Killing myself? I'm going to kill me? Haha, what a foolish thing I'm saying. And if I do that on purpose, I don't have such impulses for self-inquiry.
いいだろう。勝手にしろ。
Alright, have it your way. Saying that, Inamo took out his sunglasses from his pocket.
俺は別に感知しない。
I don't really
こいつは。
care. Eh.
俺とは関係のない俺だからな。
He is an I that I have nothing to do with.
それはありがたい。では好きにさせてもらうよ。
I'll thank you for that. Well then, I suppose I'll just do as I please. On saying that, the me before me took something out of his pocket. It was a type of retractable knife. The me before he seized it in his hand. No. No, no, no. Are you serious? Dumbfounded, I stared at the me before me and the knife in his hand. I'd lost all sense of reality. I'm going to kill me? Such a thing, there's no way. And at that moment... Yeah. The knife that was thrust into my chest. The blade sank into the base. The me before me was the one holding the knife. The other me pulled the knife back out and thrust it in again and again, making sure to put all his weight, all the weight of his body in it. It hurt. I couldn't breathe. My chest was hot, burning, melting. The knife struck in my chest, burning my body like the flames of hell. My vision distorted. I couldn't stand. I couldn't move. With my distorted vision, I could see my own face before me, full of twisted joy. The one bathing in the shower of spurting blood, slowly turning red, was me. I screamed in agony, a death
No.
cry. Say, somewhere beyond me, my impaired field of vision, Inamoto asked me who was stabbing me.
今どんな気持ちだ？
How does it feel?
悪くない。
Not bad. The me in front twisted his wrist, digging the knife further into me, and then he ripped it out. Fresh blood overflowed from my chest. My vision was dyed crimson.
本当に悪くないね。
Not bad at
ま
all.
るで最高にうまいブラックのコーヒーを飲んでいるような気分だよ。
It's like drinking the most delicious black coffee the world has to offer.
ほう。
Oh?
やはりコーヒーはブラックに限る。
Just as I thought, nothing beats black
そう
coffee.
は思わないかね？
Don't you agree?
勇気度。
Yukido? Yukido? Eh. What did he say just now?
思わないね。
I don't.
俺はお前とは違うからな。
Because I'm different from you,
榎本よ。
Inamoto. Inamoto? Me before me is Inamoto, Inamoto is Yukido? What the hell is going on? Has this world gone mad after all? Did it even exist to begin with? Where in the world? Where am I? And then my consciousness returned to nothingness. I couldn't figure out a way to skip the credits, so I just had to go through. So I don't know, there might have been something edited in there if I decided to edit something in those. Unlike album packages, okay. I really goofed by oh well, yes, goofed by not seeing that tip. So I forgot that numpad minuses tips. Seeing that tip of that guy, because that would probably be really important. But it seems to be from the other tip that that guy refers to the third eye. Okay, so album. Interesting. Um, got to 74% of the game apparently. Do this first. Okay, the third area you really want to avoid. No, maybe I wasn't looking at endings too, but. So yeah, Utsumi on a rampage, Satoru stabbed end. Twice, actually. Yukito's plans failure end. Okay, so now I go back to my saves here. So I don't want to load into apoptosis or into Revenger. I want to load into insertion, actually. Fast forward, do all this stuff. Again, same thing. Okay, so kill the body. Different people. Resolve myself. Look to the files. This is like a long dump here. To the files. I should read this again, theoretically, but I'm not. She's like, take careful note, and I'm not. So let me drop a save here. So it's got to be neither at this point for this question, right? So I want to pick the 66-minute interval. So this one. 6:11 to 7:17. The former is the time my body possessed by Kokoro was attacked by Inamoto in the storehouse. On the other hand, the latter is the time I, who had returned to the original body due to the transfer, discovered Inamoto's corpse. Of course, those aren't the only times that happened to bother me. There are plenty of other spots, but it's not worth listing them all. Let's give another example. Let's go back to January 11th. The following times are also strange. And this one I picked the correct interval. Yeah, this one matters. Now, does this skip? No, it doesn't. 802 to 908. 802, Kokoro and I traded bodies for the first time. She and I then woke up at Svea at the shelter cabin, respectively. 908 was when the second transfer occurred, returning my consciousness to Svea. To be more accurate, it's Svea that returned to Asogi Island from Mount Akakura. Incidentally, these two incidences, isn't there something strange about them? Let's start talking about what happened on the 14th. This is the one that got different. From 6:11 to 7:17, interval of 66 minutes. I was at the shelter cabin then, anxious about my body being controlled by Kokoro. I was sick about her, wondering if she managed to run away from Inamoto. See, it's strange, weird even. Wasn't I only allowed to stay at the shelter cabin for 33 minutes? Of course, the same goes for Kokoro. She can only stay at Svea for 33 minutes. In spite of that, the cameras recorded my body moving without my consciousness for a good 66 minutes. It's certainly not a problem when the time counter on screen. The records clearly are 66 minutes long. The major point here is that the statement Kokoro can only stay at Svea for 33 minutes is irrefutable. We measured it several times, so I have no doubt about this. Which means, since Kokoro is already at Svea at 6:11, her consciousness separated from my body at 6:33 minutes, after at 6:44 at the latest. Then, from 6:44 to 7:17, who the hell was controlling my body? Let's examine the records once again. 6:44 on the 14th is shown to be the moment Inamoto was swinging the knife, aiming at my throat. Right after that, Hotori rams right into Inamoto, causing him to drop the knife. Which means that Inamoto's murder, as well as the overblown damage to his body, took place somewhere between 6:44 and 7:17. The personality and control of my body during this time gap is the culprit. So with that, Fuyukawa Kokoro has a reasonable alibi. She can only be at Svea for 33 minutes. And Inamoto died after the 33-minute time limit. Therefore, it's impossible for Kokoro to be the criminal. Fuyukawa Kokoro was innocent. The same consideration applied to the events on the 11th from 8:02 p.m. to 9:08 p.m. At 8:02, Kokoro was transported to Svea. 33 minutes after, at 8:35, her consciousness ought to have left my body. As a matter of fact, I woke up at Svea at 9:08. From 8:35 to 9:08, again, there's a gap. Thinking about it carefully, this mysterious time lag has accompanied every transfer up until now. On 10:24 on the 11th, for example, at Svea, having been transported to Mount Akakura due to the third transfer, Kokoro jumped, surprised at the sound of the breaking cups. And then at 11:30, a fourth transfer occurred and I regained consciousness in the bathtub. This would be so obvious to you if you actually wrote down all the times when you did both routes. You actually took careful notes, which I didn't. It makes me feel like a nincompoop. Anyway, I wasn't playing the game correctly. There were no cameras in the bathroom, but there was one in my room. I know the fourth transfer occurred at 11:30 because the camera inside the room recorded Hotori's sudden metamorphosis. I'll touch on the subject of Hotori later. The third at 10:24, the fourth at 11:30. Again, it's 66-minute gap in between. If we assume Kokoro was in control for half that time, then what about the other half? Yes, as I thought, a 33-minute time gap is also present there. Any further explanation required? The gap always tags along with our transfers. Nevertheless, my body definitely isn't empty during the remaining 33 minutes. It's very clear that another personality slips into it. A third personality. I can't for the life of me guess who they are, but since a third personality exists, then I can deduce the following. There are 3 exchange points, right? There are 3 exchange points. We never transfer back and forth between 2 points. We kept turning around and around between 3. If not, then I can't explain how the third personality intervened between me and Kokoro. No, the problem is you could argue that there's 4, because you have Kokoro in his own body and Satoru in his own body. Kokoro in her own body and Satoru in his own body. Kokoro in Satoru's body, Satoru in Kokoro's body. No, but there's a syncing out of sync there. No, there's only 3. Yeah, okay, I get it now. Because there's then after that, there's 33 minutes of, so first they're in their own bodies. Then there's 33 minutes of Kokoro in Satoru's body, Satoru in limbo, somebody mysterious in Kokoro's body. Then there's Satoru in Kokoro's body, someone mysterious in Satoru's body, Kokoro in limbo. Then they go back to their own body. So that's 3. Yeah. The phenomenon we were dragged into is a space-time transfer. An area at a point in time completely changes places with another area at another point in time. The personality exchange is all about each consciousness simply remaining tied to a fixed place and picking up the empty container that comes around. And the third person is one of the people we met in the third place in the White Room, which we don't know which of those 2, right? But that person's a crazy person. The real Inamoto, is it? The personality exchange is all about each consciousness simply remaining tied to a fixed place and picking the empty container that comes around. If we assume that another personality exists based on this model, then it'd be logical to think that the transfers do not occur between 2 points, but 3. When explained in order, it's like this. Before that, let's define a recurring concept. From now on, I'll refer to the third personality shrouded in mystery as Alpha, an alias, an appellative to call the third personality. Just as my name is Yukido Satoru and Kokoro's name is Fuyukawa Kokoro, I decided that the name of the third personality is Alpha. Furthermore, to simplify things, I'll make use of the following abbreviations. Kokoro's body is K's body. Kokoro's consciousness is Kokoro. Kokoro's third body is Alpha's body. Alpha's consciousness is Alpha. The space contained in the sphere of radius 110 meters on Sphere is Sphere area. The space contained in the sphere with a radius of 110 meters centered at the shelter cabin is shelter cabin area. The third location, which isn't the sphere nor the shelter cabin, is the third location. The space contained in the sphere of radius 110 meters centered at the third location is the third area. The region surrounded by the third area, the third region, this is a temporary name that acts as a counterpart for Asogi Island and Baragakura. The fact that our time in each area being teleported is restricted to 33 minutes, the 33-minute rule. Let's begin. So what kind of phenomenon is this annoying space-time transfer? Let's start off with removing the time jump from the question and focusing on the space transfer. Judging by the records, my body is used by S3 in the following order. Me goes to Kokoro, goes to Alpha, goes to me, goes to Kokoro, goes to Alpha. Simply said, my body, after being transported by me, operated by me, is operated by Kokoro, then operated by Alpha. Then operated by me, operated by Kokoro, then operated by Alpha, and so on. Of course, the same kind of thing happens to K's body and Alpha's body. This time, let's use the point of view of my consciousness and see how I move between each body. My consciousness is always, no matter when, at Asogi Island. My body's consciousness crawls into an empty container, a body existing in an area currently on Asogi Island. If you turn over the above sequence, my body, Alpha's body, K's body. My body, Alpha's body, K's body. Right? Let's rephrase it to make it easier to follow. In short, my consciousness transfers to from my body to Alpha's body then to K's body. Oh, he's going to figure out that Alpha is just his body. Oh, goodness. My consciousness transfers from my body to Alpha's body to K's body. Then to my body, then to Alpha's body, then to K's body, and so on. Needless to say, Kokoro and Alpha transfer in the same order. The transitions all come down to this. When my consciousness is in Alpha's body, Kokoro is in my body, and Alpha's in K's body. When my consciousness is in K's body, Kokoro is in Alpha's body, and Alpha's in my body. Good. When my consciousness is back in my body, Kokoro is in her own body, and Alpha returns to his body. The areas are teleported as follows. When the Sphere area is on Mount Akakura, the shelter cabin area is in the third region, and the third area is transported to Asogi Island. When the Sphere area is in the third region, the shelter cabin is in Asogi Island, and the third area is transported to Mount Akakura. When the Sphere area is back to Asogi Island, the shelter cabin area is Mount Akakura, and the third area returns to the third region. 3 consciousnesses and 3 bodies, 3 regions and 3 areas are tossed around like this. By the way, if you apply the 33-minute rule to it, this is what you get. The time my consciousness controls Alpha's body is equal to the time Kokoro controls my body, which is equal to the time Alpha controls K's body. 33 minutes. The time my consciousness controls Kokoro's body equals the time Kokoro controls Alpha's body, which equals the time Alpha controls my body. 33 minutes. The time my consciousness controls my body is equal to the time Kokoro controls K's body, is equal to the time Alpha controls Alpha's body. Changes at random. This is everything I've discovered about the space-time transfer. This is how the 33-minute time gaps are generated, but there's still something missing. There are still 4 obscure points. Mystery number 1. I didn't notice the existence of a third area because I believe what Kokoro had written down. This is what her message said on the 12th. 1:07 p.m. transferred to Sphere, 1:40 p.m. returned to the shelter cabin. 6:03 p.m. transferred to Sphere, 6:36 p.m. returned to the shelter cabin. Okay, 7:33 p.m. transferred to Sphere. In contrast, these are the times I wrote down. 1:07 p.m. transferred to the shelter cabin, 1:04 p.m. returned to Sphere. 6:03 p.m. transferred to the shelter cabin, blank p.m. returned to Sphere, hit. Indicates it was impossible for me to check what the time was. This was when I saw the shadow holding a knife and the lights went out. I had no time to look at my watch. Okay. 7:30 p.m. returns for the shelter cabin. The times to Kokoro's message and the ones I measured match perfectly. That's why I was under the wrong impression. When I'm at the shelter cabin, Kokoro is at Sphere, but that wasn't the case. It was actually always when I'm at the shelter cabin, Kokoro is in the third area. Then, when was Kokoro at Sphere, I was in the third area at the time, which means one list of times either Kokoro's or mine is incorrect, and the incorrect one is Kokoro's. How do I know this? When I compare them to the times displayed on the records, it becomes pretty obvious. According to the videos, these are the correct times. 12:34 p.m. transfer to Sphere, 5:30 p.m. transfer to Sphere. Obviously, there is no cameras in the shelter cabin. Therefore, I can only find the times Kokoro transferred to Sphere. But that's enough. Let's compare them with the times the transfers to Sphere Kokoro wrote down. Times Kokoro wrote are 1:07 p.m., 6:03 p.m. But the actual times are 12:34 p.m., 5:30 p.m. A systematic error. The times recorded on the messages are off by 33 minutes. Because of this, 33-minute gaps vanish. Though I don't know how this happened. Why did Kokoro commit this error? This is the first mystery. Mystery number 2. When my consciousness went into Kokoro's body, I immediately noticed it. You could say her watch was off by 33 minutes, but both of them used the same watch and same clock. When my consciousness went into Kokoro's body, I immediately noticed it. I was feeling out of place, and it was simple to understand that the one reflected in the mirror wasn't me. Also, I could freely control her body. I can move, talk, and essentially make full use of my 5 senses. And yet, when I was in Alpha's body, I felt nothing. At least I don't remember anything. It's probably the same for Kokoro. Why? Why did Kokoro and I never observe anything through Alpha's eyes? Was Alpha a fetus? Remember, she's pregnant with twins. Walking around, touching anything, eating something, hearing sounds, smelling. Why couldn't we do any of that? Again, is it the whole idea of body swapping with the fetus is now, because those babies have to matter, right? My memory simply skip over it and go straight to the shelter cabin as if Alpha's body never existed. It doesn't make any sense. This concludes my second mystery. Mystery number 3. The third is about where and when the third region exists. Where in the world is it? And when was it dragged into a space-time transfer? Asogi Island, January 2012. Mount Akakura, January 2011. What about the third area? Since Asogi Island and Mount Akakura exist at different points in time, it's natural to assume the third region exists in the past or in the future. If I can pinpoint its location and time, I'll be able to draw closer to the identity of Alpha. Mystery 4. The last mystery is about Alpha themselves. Who is Alpha? My consciousness transfers into 3 bodies while chasing after Alpha. However, I never caught up with them. When I finally arrived at the third area, Alpha runs to the shelter cabin. When I reach the shelter cabin, Alpha evades by going to Svea. If you think about it, Alpha is very close existence to me. But I can't guess their true colors. Speaking of what I know, it's all the evil they did running around in my... Speaking of what I know, it's all the evil they did running around in my body. Huh. So, oh yeah, I forgot that they're... the ghost of... I thought it was the ghost of Kaiko. And then it's like... It's a fetus, but you'd think that Alpha's personality would be going around, right? It would be the personality of a fetus. And also the topic of Hotori, right? Mr. Number 5! Alpha killed Inamoto, plunged themselves into the bathtub, drank up the DMT and MAO inhibitors, and made a mess of the living area. Everything was done after Kokoro and I left my body and right before I returned to my body. The Alpha personality that wedged itself between Kokoro and me is at the root of every calamity and the true criminal. Incidentally, I wonder why they did those things. What's their motive? Scheming to injure my body and merely butchering Inamoto's corpse, what are their reasons? The fourth mystery, Alpha. Strangely enough, I didn't feel any anger toward this unknown entity. Rather, I was fascinated by their mystique. They're scheming to injure my body, but does Alpha really have some sort of goal? About merely butchering Inamoto's corpse, too, was the person conscious of what they were doing? Whimsical and chaotic, the result of an innocent child at play. I began to realize Alpha's entity, if only vaguely. Oh, ate the hardtack and left the crumbs like a child. So maybe it's not a fetus, it's just a baby. Literally a baby. Okay, so not a fetus, just a baby. Is that what we're saying? At any rate, with this I can say I prove Kokoro's and my innocence, right? Let's be relieved about that one. Yet in the corner of my heart, a fragment of discomfort still clung. A feeling I couldn't identify, but it made me feel sick. I can't stop feeling uneasy about Alpha and the third area. I can't afford to lose sleep over it. I have another important errand to run. That is, rescuing the refugees in the shelter cabin. Present time, 4:09 a.m. The space-time transfer is approximate... Doesn't let me skip. No skipping. The space-time transfer is approaching moment by moment. To change the mood, I brewed together a cup of coffee and gulped it down. Left the cup on the console. Coffee on the console, a map was next to it. The same map of Japan I saw when I came to this room for the first time. Thinking it might come in use later, I thrust it into my pocket. The monitors lined up along the wall were reflecting the current situation in every room. Nothing was wrong with the other 3 inmates. After quickly checking on them, I left the dim room. The next transfer was at 4:48 a.m. I still had over 30 minutes left, but I couldn't afford to relax. I didn't know what was going to happen, so I snapped into action. Returning to my room at once, I took my coat from my closet and quickly left. The sky was still dark. Okay, now it's letting me skip. Oh, that's right. Muttering, I suddenly stopped. There was nothing tougher than waiting around and doing nothing. That's why I took out the map from the basement. I sprayed it on the sand and looked. Now where's the third area? I decided to investigate that while I waited. My reasoning was so simple. Even I found it humorous. The space-time swap wasn't only happening in 2 points. A 3-point space transfer. I knew where the two of their whereabouts were. Here. And here. Above was a Sogi Island, below is Mount Akakura. Mount Akakura's name had been properly marked on the map. Now then, where was the remaining point? I figured that the 3 points were arranged in an equilibrium position. In fact, the positions of the Earth's surface, such as each of them, were coupled with the 2 known transfer points. First, the figure which all distances between its vertical and equilibrium seems to be 6. As for where do these positions lie exactly, it is as follows. First, the designated surface distance between point A, Soki Island, and point Akura is. Next, draw two circles of radius r, centered at point those that, respectively, design intersection and draw a line passing through whatever. Good pause to read that. At Soki Island and Mount Akakura, I drew a line to connect the 2 points with my fingertip. My finger stopped around the middle of the line. There's a place called Moeki Village in the district of Hiwa, Hokkaido. There's a pickaxe-like cross marked next to it just around the middle. It was right under that mark.
ホタルビ講座
Hotarubi Mine.
ホタルビ
Hotarubi. At that moment, something jumped inside my head. The sound of the waves vanished. Time had stopped. I forgot to breathe. Streaks of light ran across the sky in groups. A crack ran through the frozen atmosphere. For a moment, the surrounding scenery shattered and fragments of the moon became comets and rained down on the earth. If the third area really was Hotarubi Mine, if it really was, then Alpha's true identity was.
バカな
That's impossible. My fingers wouldn't stop trembling. It's the baby! A fear of the unknown nature began to rise up inside me. Feeling like I'd been touched by something evil, I panicked and folded up the map. I tried to find a way to deny the thought I just had. However, the more I struggled to, the deeper I became fixed on it. If the third area really was at Hotorabi, then all my doubts until now would crumble and melt away. However, that was a solution that I should never pursue.
嘘だろ
You've got to be kidding. I waved my head furiously to dispel that dark thought. Oh, state of nature. But of course, nothing happened when I did. I had realized the true identity of Alpha. That fact would never disappear. A gust of wind blew past me. Okay, it skips. Nope, doesn't. The map gripped in my right hand, began to sway. Before the wind finished blowing, Sophia's figure. Okay. Through such a mysterious spectacle had occurred before my eyes, I was struck in a trance-like state. I stood dumbfounded without understanding what had happened. Right now, the inside of my head was being misled by the shadow of Alpha, but now wasn't the time to be tricked by things like that. At any rate, I had to think about the shelter cabin. Kokoro, Yomogi, Lin, and Yuni. It would be fine if I only concentrate on those 4 people. Okay, so... The round green door. I knelt down beside it and began to think. Now then, should I open the door? Present time, 5:17 a.m. We know from the other route, don't open it. Don't open the door. I didn't open it. You get trapped inside. I had a bad feeling. Don't open it. Ambivalence. Obviously, this building isn't the shelter cabin. This isn't the shelter cabin area. But if that's the case, then where am I? The third area. My consciousness, which had always stayed behind at Asogi Island, had transferred from my body to Alpha's body, then to Kokoro's body, back to my body again, repeating over and over again like that. In other words, the sequential order of the 3 areas being teleported to Asogi Island is... Yeah, one of the twins is Hotori. The other twin, but she's a child. How would she know how to write? She's a baby. This is very interesting. Sphere area, third area, shelter cabin area, sphere area, third area, shelter cabin area. Basically, after sphere, it's the third area's turn. After the third area, the shelter cabin comes next, and so on. Until then, a little while ago, the sphere area was on Asogi Island. Due to the space-time transference at 4:48, the place that appeared here is the third area. Quite a simple deduction. Anyway, how long will the third area remain here? 33 minutes. Which means that the next transfer is going to occur 33 minutes from 4:48 at 5:21. And then the Mount Akakura of 1 year ago will arrive. I reached into my pocket and took out my wristwatch. 5:58, 5:18. 3 minutes until the next transfer. I had no time to open the door. I stood up in a hurry and rushed over to the ladder. I frantically flowed down it and descended to the ground, 1 or 10 meters from the circumference. If I ran as fast as my legs could possibly carry me, I'd make it. I kicked off the ground and took off running. The slickness of the rocks underfoot made me stumble. Then they were so wet I was scared my feet would slip at any moment. I corrected my posture and propelled myself forward. I jumped into the deep snowbank. At last I crossed the boundary line of the circle, but I couldn't relax yet. I decided to get as far away from the circle as possible. I quickly stood up and began to make my way through the snow. I finally arrived at the coast. I stopped at the beach and turned around. Present time 5:21 a.m. For an instant the bare ground disappeared. What materialized next was a slightly elevated hill clad in a mantle of pure white snow. Like a slide on a projector being clicked into place, the landscape had undergone a sudden transformation. Without a sound, not even a flicker of light, before I noticed, the elevated hill appeared as if nothing had happened at all. All I could hear was the wind howling. A gentle breeze was blowing from inside the circle and out of it. I could see a cloud of fine water vapor, a great billowing mist that welled up from like a mushroom cloud. It was soon swallowed into the darkness and erased. This was the second time I'd come face to face with the truth of the space-time transfer. It was truly unbelievable. It was a truly unbelievable spectacle, but I had no time to spare. I kicked the sand up and started running to the other side of the hill, to the shelter cabin. 4 people were inside. I had to take them out of the circle. Yomogi is not inside, though. With only that thought in mind, I determinedly ran. When I reached the top of the hill, I was greeted by a familiar scene. A bowl-shaped hollow. In the middle of it stood the shelter cabin. I was about to run down the slope, but just before I took off, I suddenly stopped. A shadow had entered my vision. An eastward sky had already begun to brighten. Against that illuminated background, I realized pretty quickly whose shadow it was. Kokoro. Kokoro was running up the snow-covered slope, right across from where I was standing. She was there, the shelter cabin between me and her. Don't follow me. Get back in the cabin. Go back right now. Kokoro stopped halfway up the slope and turned around. Lin and Uni had appeared just behind her. They were climbing up the snowy slope, chasing after Kokoro. If they kept going, they would escape the circle. Good timing. That saves me getting them out of there myself. But Yomogi, I couldn't see him. Did he stay in the cabin by himself? I started moving before I could stop to think about it. Kicking up the deep snow, I ran down the gentle slope. I flung the door open and threw myself inside. There was no one there. A cast-off shell. The room empty of its occupants was deeply ominous, still as death. I tried looking down into the underground storeroom, but Yomogi wasn't there. Why? Why isn't he here? Damn, where did the old geezer go? I turned on my heel and rushed back outside. There were only 2 trails through the snow. One is mine, and the other belongs to Kokoro, Lin, and Uni, where they left to climb the slope. The second trail continued uninterrupted to the summit. I couldn't see them. Damn it. And with a shout of frustration, I resumed running. I had to ask about Yomogi. I reached the summit. The signs of their passage through the snow continued to the coast, where they vanished. I scanned the shoreline for them, the great curve of the sandy beach. I spotted them a little to the north of where I was. I ran and ran and ran. Once I got to the beach, I ran along the water's snowless edge. The wounds on my arm and back hadn't completely healed yet. I was all worn out. My energy was quickly running out, but I couldn't stop. Spurring my battered body forward, I ran on. Uni was crouched on the beach, splashing playfully in the waves. Kokoro was next to him. Only Lin stood up, looking down at them. At that moment, Uni's head suddenly shot up. He noticed me. He turned on the other 2 and said something I couldn't catch. Kokoro looked up at me. She got to her feet and suddenly came running towards me. Yomogi-san! Yomogi? Why Yomogi? I tried to look back over my shoulder while still running, but there was no way Yomogi could be there. The distance between Kokoro and I gradually began to narrow. Suddenly Kokoro stopped short. I didn't stop running. The distance separating us grew shorter and shorter. Satoru? She murmured. She knit her brow, her pupils swimming. She was clearly shocked. She was struggling to come to terms with the situation before her. I see. I finally understood why she shouted Yomogi-san when she caught sight of me. She doesn't know anything about the space-time transfer, nor about the 3 areas. She can't comprehend why there's a beach here, nor why I suddenly appeared. She stood before me. I gazed at her, my shoulders heaving. Kokoro and I stood at the beach, gazing at each other's faces as the sunrise illuminated us.
なんで
Why?
なんでサトルがここに
Why are you here, Satoru? Her voice trembled as she barely managed to speak. I was at a loss for how to answer her. How could I explain everything to her? I did nothing but stand motionless, my eyes fixed on her, not saying a word. I knew why she's here. But now that I was face to face with her like this, I felt a little strange. The one I always wanted to meet, but never could. Even though we hadn't spoken even once, she felt closer to me than anyone else. And here she was at last, right before my eyes. She had her own will, and she was talking to me. That body which I could freely control until days ago. It's not mine anymore. It wasn't, but it was so much like my own body, and at the same time like another self. A strange feeling I couldn't possibly describe. But now is not the time to get wrapped up in such warm emotions. The three of them had escaped from the circle. That's all well and good, but what about Yomogi? Where did Yomogi go? The next instant... I see.
やはりそういうことなのか。
So that's how it is after all. And though I'd received divine guidance, I understood everything at once. Kokoro had shared Yomogi's song which he saw me from far away. Yomogi probably left the circle before the transfer. So Kokoro crawled out of that bowl-shaped hollow to go look for him. Which means right now Yomogi is...
どうして
Satoru, hey, why? Kokoro tried to say
話
something.
は後だ。
We'll talk later. I interrupted her with a stern
急
declaration.
がないと大変なことになる。
If I don't hurry, something terrible will happen.
大変
What do you mean something
お
terrible?
前たちはここで待ってるんだ。
You guys wait here. I had no time to waste. After leaving my warning with Kokoro, I started to run.
待って
Wait,
どこ行くのよ
where are you going? Kokoro chased after me.
待ってってば
Wait, please wait.
ついてくるな。
Don't follow me. I didn't have time to explain. I kept running, trying to shake her off as she kept calling out to me. Present time 5:53 a.m. Only 1 minute before the next transfer. I stepped onto the snow. The circle was right ahead. I can't return to Mount Akakura if I don't enter the transfer area. But...
間に合わなかったか。
Damn, I didn't make it. He'll just show up. He'll show up. The gate to Svea stood open before me. I dragged myself through it on leaden feet.
これってどういうこと
Wait, is this...
避難小屋はどこに行っちゃったの
Where did the shelter cabin go? Kokoro followed me. She was dumbfounded as though her soul had left her
リン
body.
とユニは
Where are Lin and Uni?
私の後走ってたと思うけど
I think they ran after me, but... I left Kokoro there and went back out to the gate. I looked around for them. I found them pretty quickly. Lin stood there, open-mouthed shock, staring up at the high wall. Right next to her was Uni, who was somehow quite calm.
ユニ、リンを頼む。
Uni, I'm leaving Lin to you. Uni simply nodded. He took Lin's arm and dragged her back out toward the coast. She looked back at me again and again, her head inclined to the side in puzzlement. After I watched him leave, I returned to Kokoro.
さあ、お前も外に出るんだ。
All right, now you leave too. I put a hand on Kokoro's shoulder and urged her toward the gate.
ちょっと待ってよ
Wait just a
何なの
minute.
よこれ
What's going on?
どういうことなの
What's the meaning of this?
なんでスフィアがここにあるの
Why is Svea here?
さっきまでは避難小屋があったはずじゃない
The shelter cabin was right here just a second ago.
なのに
So how?
それからサトル
And you,
サト
Satoru.
ルはどうしてここにいるの
How can you be here?
でも、
あ
ここはスフィアだからサトルがいるのは当然なのか
Well, since this is Svea, I guess it's natural for Satoru to be here.
だけどそれじゃあ私は
Then what about me?
私はなんでこんなところに
How could I be here?
もうわけわかんないよ
What the heck is going on?
サトル何が起きたのか知ってるんでしょ
Satoru, you know what's happening, don't you?
ちゃんと説明してよ
Tell me what's going on.
説明してくれるまで私は一歩もここを動かないからね
I'm not taking another step until you do. She expelled all that in a single breath. Overpowered, I shrank back. There was no way I'd be able to fool her so easily this late in the game. I heaved a sigh.
ついてきてくれ。
Follow me. And I started walking toward the entrance of the facility.
誰もいない。
There's nobody
そっ
here.
か。まだ早朝だもんね。
I guess it's pretty early in the morning, huh? Kokoro said as she restlessly looked
なん
around.
だか変な感じがする。
Feels kinda weird.
私がここにいた時にはいつもサトルの体を借りてたから
I was always borrowing your body during my time here.
映画のセットの中に紛れ込んじゃったみたいな不思議な感じ。
Feels like I snuck onto a movie set. What a weird feeling.
だろうな。
I guess.
何よその返事。
What's with
ちょっ
that?
とそっけなさすぎじゃない？
Do you really have to be so blunt?
かもな。
Maybe.
もう
Oomph. Kokoro grew sulky and threw herself down on one of the dining area chairs with a thump.
説明は後でしてやる。
I'll explain everything
でもその
later.
前に、ちょっとここで待っててくれ。
But before that, please just sit tight for a minute.
気がかりなことがあるんだ。
I'm worried about something.
気がかりなことって？
Worried? Without replying to her, I started walking. Kokoro came pattering along after me.
何よこれ。
What is this?
なんでこんなことに。
How in the world?
一体何があったっていうの？
What happened here? Kokoro's reacted vehemently to the ruined living area, but it would be a pain to explain it all to her now. I left Kokoro behind and headed for Yuni's room. I opened the door and peeked inside.
ユニがいない。
Yuni isn't here? Yeah, Uni's got switched.
いないみたいだけど。
Yep, looks like
そ
it.
れよりもリビング。
More importantly, living area, the living area. Kokoro, who chased after me, pointed to the living area, is still pestering me about it. Even so, I pretend not to listen to her. Next, I headed for Itsumi's room.
内海さんもいない。
Itsumi-san isn't here either.
変だね。
Yeah, that's
ど
odd.
こ行っちゃったんだろう。
Record Shibi, I
ってい
wonder.
うかリビングのことは教えてくれないわけ？
So Uni got ejected out to the. Uni left during when the transfer was happening. Got ejected out into the onto Mount Algakura, right? But then they're saying that Utsumi did. Is she the distractor corpse? That's really messed up, honestly. Oh no. Oh no. I finally picked into Hotori's room.
ほとりちゃんまでいないね。
Hotori-chan isn't here either.
バ
Huh?
カな。
No way. We looked in everyone's room, but none of them were there. Then something jumped into my head and I began to run.
もう今度はどこ行くのよ。
Where are you going
何も
now?
言わないで突然行動しないでくれる？
Can you please stop running off without saying anything? Her voice reached my back. Can't be helped. I should
地
answer
下だ
her.
よ。
The
地
basement.
下に3人がいるってこと？
You mean they're in the basement?
わからない。
I don't
わから
know.
ないから確かめに行くんだろ。
So I'm going to make sure, okay? I ran past the living area and into the dining area. I dashed down the stairs to the basement storeroom. As I thought, no one was down there either. I ran into the small room where Inamoto had once hidden.
あれ？こんなところに部屋なんてあったっけ？
You know, is there always a room here? She sounds so carefree. Looks like she still doesn't realize the severity of the situation. I left her alone and began to examine the video data. Tuesday, January 17th, 5:10 a.m. Patient front gate. Today, the first transfer occurred at 4:48, which means the Sphio was at Mount Alcacura. With the front gate open, before long, Utsumi and Uni appeared on the screen, followed by Hotori. Tori kept herself at a distance, walking slightly behind the two of them. And then all three of them vanished as if sucked into the background, heading for the gate.
出て行っちゃったんだ、3人。
They went outside. Kokoro was watching the video from over my shoulder, as carefree as ever. Perhaps all the abnormal events happening on such quick succession messed up the way she thinks. I silently continued my review of the data. Couldn't concern myself with Kokoro right now, and they got caught in an avalanche. And died. And then they got misidentified. No. After rewinding the recording, I found that Utsumi and Uni had left Sphia to search for me. Utsumi, who noticed my disappearance, she woke Uni, and after a brief search, they came to the front gate. They figured I'd probably gone out the gate. So with the intention of pursuing me, they left Sphia. It looked like Hotori alone had a different goal. Rather than looking for me, it was simply a case of the gate was open, and I felt like going out. Taking advantage of this, she could have been planning escape from Sphia. Anyway, at 5:28 a.m., the three of them walked out of Sphia's circle, and they never came back. Because only 1 minute later, a transfer occurred. They are now at the Mount Akakura of a year ago, on a snowy mountain in the dead of winter. They're trapped out there in the middle of a blizzard. 2 women and 1 little boy. At that moment, I understood everything. That's right.
そうだったのか。
Oh, so that's it. That's where the corpses come. The mystery from the very beginning. Where did the corpses come in if they saved them? I don't know how they could be. Oh. So that's it.
なんでもっと早く気づかなかったんだ。
Why didn't I notice it sooner? I struck the console with my clenched fists.
どうしたの？
What's wrong? I turned around. I was met with an apprehensive look from Kokoro.
心、教えてくれ。
Kokoro, please
よ
tell
も
me
ぎさんのことなんだが。
about Yomogi-san. At my words, the color in Kokoro's face instantly drained.
そうだ。どうしてこんな大事なこと？
That's right. How could I forget something so
よも
important?
ぎさんを助けに行かなくちゃ。
Yomogi-san, I have to go help Yomogi-san. She spun around to face the door, her hair flying wildly in every
待
direction.
て。今言っても無駄だ。
There's no point in going now. I grabbed her arm to stop her.
もう何よ。何なのよ。
Come on, what is it
何
already?
が起きてるっていうの？
Just what's going on
説
here?
明してくれるって言ったのに何も教えてくれないじゃない。
You said you'd explain, but you're not telling me
これから
anything.
説明する。
I'll explain
だ
right
けどその
now.
前に聞かせてくれないか。
But first, will you tell me
よもぎ
this?
さんは今赤倉岳にいるんだよな。
Is Yomogi-san at Mount Akakura right
赤
now?
倉岳っていうのはその海がなかった時の赤倉岳だ。
And when I say Mount Akakura, I mean the Mount Akakura without the sea.
そうよ。
Yeah?
吹雪の中、私を追いかけて出て行っちゃったの。
You ran out into the blizzard after me.
だから私は彼を探しに。
So I have
そう
to.
か。やはりな。
I see, so it's just as I thought.
心、あの新聞記事のこと覚えてるだろ。
Kokoro, do you remember that article from the
忘れ
newspaper?
ようと思っても忘れられないわよ。
I couldn't even if I wanted
あれ
to.
には確かこう書いてあったよな。
This was written there,
赤
right?
倉岳に男女3人のフラン死体。
3 decomposed male and female corpses found on Mount Akakura.
HAL 墜落事故の不明者か。
3 missing passengers from the HAL crash.
男
Yeah.
女3人のフラン死体。
3 decomposed male and female
そのうち
corpses.
の2人。女性の方は
Those 2 female
心と
corpses
凛のことじゃなかったんだよ。
weren't yours and Lynn's.
あの記事にあった死体とは、よもぎさんと心と凛のことじゃなくて、
The corpses that article was talking about weren't those of Yomogi-san, Kokoro, and
よ
Lynn.
もぎさんと、それから内海さん、ほとり、この3人のことだったんだ。
But of Yomogi-san and Itsumi-san and Totori, it's those 3.
どういうこと？
What are you? I explained everything to Kokoro from start to finish. About the space-time transfer of the 3 exchange points, the existence of a middle point called Hotorobi Mine, explaining it as understandably as I could and making use of the video data to back it up. I told her about what had happened to our bodies without omitting a single detail. Although I didn't say anything about the identity of Alpha, I believed it would be enough to tell her that it was another person. Yeah, it was a baby. I didn't want to burden her unreasonably.
そんな
No.
ことって。
No way. After I finished, she tried in vain to form a coherent sentence. Her hollow eyes were fixed on the
だ
screen.
から、今言っても無駄なんだ。
That's why I said there's no point in going now.
次の転移を待つしかない。
We have no choice but to wait for the next transfer.
じゃあ、よもぎさんは助からないの？
You're going to save Yomogi-san?
内海さんはどうなっちゃうの？
What happens to Utsumi-san?
鳥ちゃんは？ユニは？
What happens to Otori-chan? And
大
you?
丈夫だ。とにかく落ち着け。
It'll be alright. Just slow down for now.
諦めるのはまだ早い。
It's too early to give up.
今は
Right now, take my wristwatch out of my pocket and check
6
the
時
time.
10分だ。
It's
雪崩
6:10.
の発生時刻は 6時53分。
The avalanche will occur at 6:53. Yeah, but if they save them, it'll be a paradox, because they can't, there has to be corpses.
まだ40分以上ある。
We still have 40 minutes.
40分しかでしょ。
Don't you mean only 40 minutes?
雪崩の発生地点までは 1km もあるのよ。
The avalanche is going to hit 1 kilometer from here, right?
今すぐ出発したって間に合うかどうか。
Even if we went right now, will we even make it in time?
それにここが避難小屋だったら次の転移までの時間がわかるけど。
And this isn't the shelter cabin. If it were, we know when the next transfer would occur,
で
but
もここはアオサギ島にあるスフィアで、
this is the Spia on Asogi
だから
Island.
転移はランダムに。
So the transfers just happen at
そうでしょ。
random, right?
ああ、
Yeah.
だが逆に考えれば、今すぐ起こっても、
And that's why, conversely, if it were to happen right at this moment,
おかしくはない。
it wouldn't be strange at all. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
じゃあどうして私たちこんなところにいるの？
What are we doing here? Who knows? I shrugged my shoulders. My gesture made Kokoro's eyebrows go flying up.
だったら早く言ってよね。
Sheesh, why didn't you say so sooner? She flew out of the room. I hurriedly did the same. We returned to the surface, heading for the right front gate. As I ran toward it, a transfer. Could this be called divine protection? A perfectly timed space-time transfer occurred. I knew that due to the way the scenery on the other side suddenly transformed. Of course, that was the only one of the reasons, but more importantly, we were suddenly engulfed in a raging blizzard. I guess it was the consequence of the drop in atmospheric pressure, but I suddenly felt an acute pain stabbing at my eardrums. But how could I care about such trivial pain? Compared with the wounds on my back and left arm, this is hardly even worth mentioning. We passed through the gate, mantle of white snow shrouded everything we could see. Visibility was terrible. I could barely make out my own feet. Kokoro was silent. We didn't say a word about the transfer. She only shot the most fleeting of glances at me, then nodded. She had such a gallant expression on her face that it almost made me forget her gender.
行きましょう。
Let's get going. And with those 3 words, we ran east. I knew that the gate faced north, and I knew that the location where the avalanche would occur was located to the east. But sooner or later, I'd lose my bearings if I kept marching along under these conditions. What could I do? I was busy thinking about that Kokoro was getting further and further away from me. She plowed in through the blizzard, moving so fast I could hardly see her anymore. I had no choice but to go. I had no choice but to move forward. Trying to avoid the snowflakes that struck my face with the force of a slap, I charged after Kokoro. I finally caught up with her. I couldn't make her take the lead. I ran in front of her and stood in her path.
方角わかるの？
Do you know which way it is?
東だろ。
East,
東
right?
がどっちなのか知ってるの？
Do you know which way
こっ
east
ち
is?
にまっすぐ行けばいいんだろ。
From here, we just keep going straight ahead, right? I pointed forward as I continued rustling forward through the deep snow. Tap, tap. Something tapped on my shoulder. I turned around. Kokoro held her outstretched hand in front of me. The palm of her hand
Compass?
was a compass.
持ってんだったら早く言えよ。
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
だから今言ったじゃない。
That's why I'm telling you now.
サンキュー。
Thank you. I took it and started walking again. I could hear Kokoro's breathing behind me. After a while, thank you. She repeated the very same
何の
words.
俺だ。
Thanks
先
for
頭
what?
に立ってくれたこと、
For taking the
そ
lead.
んなこと。
それ
That's,
から今までのこと全部。
and for everything you've done up until now. I pretended I hadn't heard that and continued intently on eastward march. Identification. 20 minutes had passed since we begun our march. Our destination wasn't yet in sight. Not that we could spot Yomogi even 5 meters away through the snowstorm. A world covered in white. No matter how far we went, the scenery didn't change one bit. I began to doubt that we were actually getting any closer to our destination. I checked the compass again and again. The needle was always pointing left. No doubt about it, we were definitely heading east. 18 more minutes until the
間に合
avalanche.
ってくれ。
Please let us make it in time. Please. I stopped being able to feel my toes long ago. The tips of my fingers were going numb. A chill that had reached the core of my spine and was eating into it. I couldn't move the way I wanted to. The cold that strangled my whole body like a thick chain. Innumerable snowflakes hurled themselves past us as though crazed. Ice crystals slashed relentlessly at my cheeks and the nape of my neck. Suddenly I noticed something. The breathing I'd heard until then had vanished. I turned around. Kokoro wasn't there.
なんで
How? I retraced my footsteps through the snow.
心心
Kokoro, Kokoro. My cries brought no response. They were all erased by the howl of the
心
blizzard.
心
Yet I continued my desperate yelling. Finally, I caught sight of her. Kokoro was lying in the snow. I rushed over and lifted her up in my
心
arms.
心しっかりしろ
Kokoro, Kokoro, pull yourself together. She'd lost consciousness. She didn't even twitch. From what I'd heard earlier, she went to the location where the avalanche would occur last night. This is the second time she tried to go there. Her physical strength was at its limit. In the brutal cold of that blizzard, she kept walking forward, sustaining only by her own
心
willpower.
起きろ起きてくれ
Kokoro, wake up. Please wake up. I shook her shoulders hard. Her eyes fluttered open.
サトル
Satoru,
私のことはいいから
I'm fine, so
早くみんなのところへ
quick, go to the
みんな
others.
を助けてあげて
Please save them from
バ
me.
カ
Baka.
お前を置いていけるわけないだろ
The way I'm leaving you behind.
やっぱりサトルって思った通りの人だった
Satoru, you really, just like I imagined
私
you.
信じてたんだずっ
I
と
always
サトル
believed.
のこと信じてたの
I always believed in you,
サト
Satoru.
ルはきっとなんていうか
Satoru, I knew. How do I say this?
かっこいい人なんだって
That you were a cool guy.
アホかお前
Baka.
最後の言葉みたいなこと言ってんじゃねえよ
Don't talk like you're about to
お前
die.
がここで死んじまったら元も子もないんだよ
Everything's over if you die here.
でも私
But
も
I
う
can't.
歩けないんなら俺が背負っていく
If you can't walk, then I'll
無
carry
理
you.
だよ
It's impossible.
無理じゃない
No, it's
た
not.
とえ無理でもやるんだ
Even if it is, I don't care. I'll do it
どう
anyway.
して
Why?
そんなことしたらサトルも死んじゃうかもしれないのに
Satoru, what if you die too?
俺メッセージに書いただろ
Didn't I write it in one of my
借り
messages?
た恩は必ず返す主義なんだって
I take it upon myself to always repay favors. So,
サトル
Satoru,
それにな
and besides
お前
that,
の体はお前だけのものじゃないんだ
your body doesn't just belong to you
お前
anymore.
の命だってお前だけのものじゃない
Even if your life doesn't just belong to you.
前に言ったよな
Didn't I say it
俺
before?
とお前は一心同体
We're united in body and
た
soul.
とえ二度と転移が起きなかったとしても
Even if the transfers never happen
俺
again,
はお前を失いたくないんだ
I don't want to lose
バ
you.
カだよそんなの
Hey, what are you?
ああ何とでも言ってくれ
Say whatever you
と
want.
にかく俺はお前を背負っていく
I'm carrying you anyway. I did as I said. I shifted her onto my
本
back.
当にバカだよこんなことするなんて
You really are an idiot doing this. Is her soft voice right by my ear.
でもバカだけど
Even though you may be a baka,
サンキュー
thank you in English. Interesting.
きっと倍にして返すからね
I'll pay it back double, understand?
24,860メートルは
24,860 meters.
うるせえな
Shut up.
喋る気力があるなら歩かせるぞ
If you make to have enough energy to say all that, I'll make you walk. She didn't answer. Suddenly I felt her body weight fall upon me. She lost consciousness again. All I could hear was her frighteningly faint sound of her breathing. Present time 6:48 a.m. 5 minutes until the
よも
avalanche.
ぎさん
Yomogi-san,
内海さん
Mitsumi-san,
小鳥
Satoru.
ユニ
Even though I knew it was futile, I couldn't help but shout. No answer. Only the sound of the raging wind, like the screams of a god of death, answered me. I too, after walking this far, was beginning to feel my consciousness slip away. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a black shadow flicker. Maybe it was just an illusion of the Grim Reaper. I took one step forward, then another, but it was only myself I had to move. Kokoro's body was like a leaden weight on my back. The cold ate into my lungs. Oh, it wasn't, anyway. The blizzard's assault never once let up. My frozen limbs began to cramp up and spasm. I felt like my freezing sinews were beginning to crack. Sharp pain ran through my whole body. But I wouldn't stop. I wouldn't give up, not a chance. I walked and walked and walked. I plunged forward through the blizzard. I shook off that illusion of death as I walked. With the corpses still clutched tightly in my right hand, and with my wristwatch in my left, the compass. The present time, according to my watch, is 6:50.
そう
Damn it.
よもぎさん内海さんほとりユニ
Mogi-san, Utsumi-san, Hotori, Yumi.
誰か
Anyone.
誰か返事をしてくれ
Please someone answer me. And
お
right
い
then,
ここだ
hey, over here. An auditory hallucination? I concentrated and peered through the whirling snow. For a single instant, my field of vision was clear. Halfway up the steep slope stood Yomogi. Now, not just Yomogi, Utsumi and Otori were there with him. Yuni was the only one missing. Oh, well, at any rate, I better hurry. Yeah, it's fine for Yuni to be missing, because he gets rescued by... That's fine. It's okay.
よもぎさん
Yomogi-san. I put Kokoro down and ran so quickly through the snow I thought I'd take off. I rushed over to them.
ユキド君
Yukido-kun.
サトル
Satoru?
君は一体
Who are you? I had no time for chit-chat. I caught a glimpse of my watch display. 6:52 a.m.
まずい
This is
早
bad.
くこっちへ
Quickly, this way.
どうしたの
What's
いいから
wrong?
俺についてきてくれ時間がないんだ
We're out of
で
time.
も彼が怪我を
But he's injured. Eh? Looked over at the same direction as Utsumi and saw Yomogi clutching at one
な
of
ん
his
でだ
legs.
よ
Why?
ふざけんなよ
Damn it, you gotta be
そ
kidding
れで
me.
もあんたプロの登山家か
You call yourself a pro mountaineer?
その言葉遣い
That tone.
まさか
It can't be.
うるせえ
Give it a
もう何も
rest.
喋るな黙ってろ
No more talking, just shut up. At that very next moment, suddenly the earth roared. A grave echo surged up from the core of the earth. At the same time, my field of vision began to
地
vibrate.
震
An earthquake? I see the avalanche was caused by an earthquake. Now that I thought about it, Kokoro once wrote that an earthquake occurred at Sphia in one of her past messages. Perhaps the Mount Akakura area was experiencing a succession of them. But enough about that. I have to get them out of here before present time 6:53 a.m. Looked up at the mountain ridge, gathering billows of white. Swelling up the slope like a muddy stream, it came rushing towards us at frightening speed.
雪崩だ雪崩が来る
The avalanche, it's coming.
早く逃げろ
Hurry up and run. I threw Yomogi over my
な
shoulder.
なだれ
An avalanche? Eh?
嘘
No way.
何ボケっとしてるんだ
Don't just stand there.
早く
Run! I yelled at them at the sternest voice I could manage. Utsumi and Otori took off running. I followed after them. What about Kokoro, though? I ran. And ran and ran. The billowing white approached us, avalanching on us unstoppably as a wave. A gigantic white monster. Mowing down every tree in its path, turning over every rock it encountered to dust, its approach was unforgiving. The monster bared its fangs, and then it struck, right over our heads. Now it... There was nothing reflected in my eyes. A world closed off in darkness, a silence as cold as ice. There was nothing here. Space ruled only by nothingness spread before me. No, it probably couldn't even be called space. My existence had become infinitely close to zero. As the pressure in my surroundings pushed down on me, that point began to shift and change. At that moment, having been reduced to the zeroth dimension, the line between heaven and earth smeared. A darkness with no exit, inescapable ice. I could only feel constricting pressure all around me. I was powerless to struggle or even move my limbs, but not only could I not cry out, I couldn't even breathe. My mouth was sealed shut, my lungs crushed, and what I felt like a fist was pressed down on my Adam's apple. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Every cell in my body was gasping for oxygen. It felt like a boiling hot liquid was slowly rising up my body. My consciousness was fading. I couldn't think. Only one thought floated into my head somehow. Death. A premonition of death. Soon my entire existence became zero. Or not. Psych.
死ぬかと思った。
Ooh, I thought I was going to die. I shook my head and looked up to see Kokuro's face right in front of mine.
大丈夫？
Are you okay? She looked over at me anxiously. Her hands were covered in snow. It seems like she was the one who saved me.
大丈夫みたいだ。
I'm fine, I think.
ありがとう。
Thanks. After I thanked her, I took in my surroundings. I couldn't see my own body. Only my head and neck stuck out through the snow, as though my severed head had been put on display.
待ってて。今出してあげるから。
Just wait a little longer, okay? I'll dig you out of
悪
here.
い。頼む。
Sorry, please do. Kokoro dug her way through the snow. My shoulders were revealed, then my chest, until I was finally able to move my arms. It was a piece of cake after that. With my arms free, I could crawl out of the snow by myself. The weather in the mountains can change easily. The sky cleared up before I knew it. Looking down the steep slope, it appeared as if the corpse of that monstrous avalanche had been spread out in the shape of a fan. Huge masses of snow had fallen and scattered apart.
俺、雪崩に飲まれたんだよな。
So I was swallowed up by the avalanche, huh?
少なくとも鎌倉で遊んでたようには見えないけど。
Well, it sure didn't look like you were building a snow fort.
どうして俺がここに埋まってるって分かったんだ。
How'd you know I was buried here?
そんなの当たり前じゃない。
That's obvious, isn't
当
it?
たり前。
Obvious.
だって私たち
It's because we're
一心同体でしょ？
united in body and soul, right? Kokoro giggled as she said that. The light of the morning sun illuminated her face, really brought her feminine charm. And I have to save right at this really weird, awkward spot, so I'm gonna do that. And that's it.